Hey, good morning, John. Good morning, Chill. How you guys? Hope you're good. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna make a drink. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, John's got a meet. Yeah, I'm got a pretty busy day on today, it goes. Got some work to do, some catching up, and I've got to build my desk. So that's got to go into the other room. Yeah, so yeah, big long day. I've got to go do some shopping as well. Probably about 11 o'clock. Yeah, I'm pretty much full on today. Good morning, Renewed. How are you today?
You little pesticide. Fly down.
Yeah, I was always going to be on today. It was just yesterday was chill. Was just more getting, people away from the nonsense for a couple of hours because I was just sick of it all. To be honest. I don't know about you.
I will show you why.
I don't know about you, Renewed. Are you the same? I'm just sick of all the nonsense. Can't be arsed with it all. That's what I did yesterday's stream. It was just basically just to kill a couple of hours.
You are my superstar. Ryan, you take me all the way. Here we go, yo. It's white man, getting silly with it. It's red man, getting silly with it. It's black man, getting silly with it. It's a yellow man, getting silly with it. It's big men all getting silly with humanity. Hoo-ah. It's a big man all getting silly with humanity. Who do you think you are?
Yeah. That's like they're gonna obviously push all the fuel bills again, aren't they? Because they need to carry on the fear, right? They need to just the underlying agenda of fear that they push. So yeah, be back onto the bills, and then another psyop. Once it gets too out of control and people start panicking, they bring in the next psyop to make you forget about that, the bills for a little longer. While they're doing nefarious shit in the background, right? Earning billions and...
Won't you even walk with me? Peace time, baby. Say what we're here for. Won't you come and talk to me? Please, baby. Say what we're here for.
Soul Tree.
Can't you see what we're here for? Can't you see what we're here for? Deep into the universe, love will show the way. You are my superstar. Right, you take me all the way. It's white man, getting silly with it. It's red man, getting silly with it. It's black man, getting silly with it. It's yellow man, getting silly with it. Silly with it. You got a big nose, big feet, big head, and you're walking alone. Ha, ha. You got a big nose, big feet, big head, and you're walking alone. Ha, ha. He's walking alone. You got big nose, big feet, big head, and you're walking alone. Woo. You got a big nose, big feet, big head, and you're walking alone. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4. Won't you take a walk with me? Peace time, baby. What we're here for. Won't you take a talk with me? Please, baby. Say what we're here for. Won't you take a walk with me? Peace time, baby. Say what we're here for. Won't you take a talk with me? Please, baby.
Hey, Blark. Good morning. Good morning, Shlo. How you doing, Blark? You okay? You okay, Shlo? How's this wonderful Tuesday treating you this morning? No, it should be Tuesday. It should be Tuesday, Shlo. And so I've got a lot on today, guys. I'm not going to be about. Say good morning to a few of the people that come in, but I've got lots to do today. Obviously I'll be popping in and out over the 3 hours. I've got to go shopping as well around about 11, half 11 or something. I'm not. I don't know, Shlo. I really don't know. As I say, I didn't catch any of it, so I couldn't tell you anything. Helping her. Is it the funeral still ongoing? I don't know. I really don't know. The only thing I caught, there's one thing I caught, was that when they were lowering it in. That's the only thing that I see. But I didn't. It wasn't like I watched the whole thing. It was just like, 2 seconds when I flipped over. But it was just like, when's this going to end? When is this going to end? It's just been relentless, isn't it? Yeah, me too, Renewed. Me too. What's the point of putting your energy into that? Oh, she's in a lead coffin. That's kind of... That's weird, isn't it?
All you see is crooks. About to go
yeah, and they get buried. See, like, where's the cremation?
Good looking on the beat.
Where's the cremation, right? Everyone, you get cremated, but the royals and the elites, they don't get cremated. They get a lead coffin and just put into a mausoleum. Why is that? Basically saying, fuck your DNA. Your DNA doesn't matter. Your DNA doesn't mean shite to us. Right? It's only these important elitists. They're the ones that matter.
Look, Killer bees back in the building with machining them. We creaming them. My pockets of dirty money and clean again. Ain't got to tell you I'm dope. Just stick the needle in. The goose is off white, big enough to fit this eagle in. Just the seasoning. Why ask why? I has my reasons and my words don't need no seasoning. Methyl D in this evening.
Nah, nah. And she ain't in there, blood. Obviously. Come on.
Or just leave it then, like the bouncer won't let your people in. People said they want that old map. Well, it's the prequel.
There's no way she's in that tune. There's no way. I'm not buying that either, blood. Not for 1 second.
Super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who gave you permission to speak? To learn, you listen. Learn to listen to a different MC. You learn the difference in addition if you're missing MC. Sign this petition, get a fraction of that action subtracted by my division. I'm a boss, so that means I make decisions / killing. I will kill an MC to make a living. Yeah, call me super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision. Supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
There's a new housing plan for the ghetto eventually. Project for a new American century.
I walked into a shop the other day and bumped into a life-size portrait of her in the aisle. I nearly thumped it. It would have just bounced back up. Renewed. It would have been like one of those bouncy, like bang, doing, and keep jabbing it.
Consolidation, information restricted, just like the iron law of oligarchy predicted, incarcerating the poor among the drug addicted, but not the families of the classes afflicted, cause it's a fucking caste system like corrupted Hinduism. I think you should listen. I've been through the system in prison, I've been through religion, carried the cross as a Christian, like it was anti-disestablishmentarianism, until the seeds of despotism arrested my vision, lyricism with cynicism and syllogisms, until they bear the
Totalitarianism.
prison, chemtrail conditions, stem cells of Leo Strauss's philosophy, the birth of neocon policy. But I laugh at America's fear of a new world order controlling the hemisphere, cause my people been living that for the past 500 years.
Intelligence, understanding.
Supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
The faction.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Caterpillar metamorphosis to bigger nigga. Lantern in his hand, headless horseman to the rhythm. Been successful for so long I can no longer feel it. Taking finger pricking mob initiating members. A far beyond the dawn, my title ain't even listed. Federales listen, only hear me chewing, sipping. Dancing with a dog.
Put in the tower, yeah. He's the queen. I mean, I didn't see none of their family mourning my brother, mourning my nan. Right? None of that family's mourned none of the people that you're close to. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Never met this woman in your life, ever. But yet you're acting like she's your actual grandmother or your mother that's passed. What a bunch of imbeciles. Bunch of royal tards. And everyone around here's turned into a royal tard. Everyone. I think I'm the only one. And well, even my mate got into it a little bit. I was just like, just leave it out, man. Just stop it. Why is it on your TV? Turn it off. Just ridiculous.
Led a revolution in the world of tech and music. Free the homie, did his time and paid the restitution. Time go quick, better have all your goals set. You getting yours or just hanging on like an old dick. I can talk about money, we ain't the same son.
Even God couldn't save the Queen. Now that is a classic line, Clark. You should write a rap and put that in it.
From where I came from.
Yeah, it's me again. This thing of ours you will probably never see again. But for the growth, it's the oath with
Adrenaline. God couldn't save the Queen.
believing in. Locks, Postra, Nostra, yeah, it's 3 of them. Lucci and him, I'm the nigga they can't stand, no. More work, more ammo. Gambino in a Lambo. Call me for a situation you can't handle. More caskets, more.
Yeah, a t-shirt. I'd say that'd be a crazy t-shirt, right? Not even God could save the Queen.
I know, I'd rather die for you know. High profile, this shit sells. Mary Richmond and tell him pick 12. 'Cause we never say
Got when I drink that lean,
pride is nothing.
and not God could even save the Queen.
Yeah, if you broke, how you giving advice? Me and my niggas, we just living the life. Yeah.
Call me Super Daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Whistleblower, men are afraid to label the threaded traitor. Executive legislator trying to suppress your behavior. Intelligence interrogator, collecting metadata. Condemning the messenger and censoring the educator. CIA feed the propaganda to the television. In the next edition, the pundits preach it in repetition. Loyal to the monarchy, hereditary or elected. A royal family and a president selected.
Secret society. The secret oath.
Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
Impose restraints against your will.
Throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Call me Super Daddy.
Crown jewels and all that bling. Not even God could save the Queen.
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision.
Oh no, I just.
Squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up.
I mean, are you used to that yet? Are you used to Queen Camilla? All you royal tards out there, you used to Queen Camilla, because I know you don't like it.
Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Ooh, that should have been Lady Di. Should have been Lady Di. But now we've got Queen Camilla. Boo. No one cares. That's the real fact. Well, real people don't care. They just don't care about it.
Midnight rocker, scorcher, straight back to the daylight, everything done proper. Yeah, set it up, original selector, original dapper. See, put the machine gun on their pillar. Rockers, the freaks, the punks, anything goes. Yeah, midnight, straight till morning light. Oi, watch out, where's my lad? Yo, yo.
Midnight rockers, city slickers, gunmen and manixes.
What? All a feature, the freak show hour, what? Enough of them a freak out there. Enough of them no mad out there. Yo, Arius.
You can free the world, you can free my mind, just as long as my baby's safe from harm tonight.
English Jesus. Well, if you do actually take a look, guys, at the Shroud of Turin, right? Listen, seriously, take away all the hair, like the Jesus hair, right, and just the face, right? Now get Prince William's face and put them next to each other. Put Prince William's face next to the Shroud of Turin's, right? And just look at the facial features. They're almost identical. I'm not shitting you. It's almost like, did they get the DNA and from the Shroud or something? You put it in it. No, it's Black the Ripper. Iron bars, like it renewed. A barbarian, like a barbarian. Teeth of a Carcarian. Teeth of a Carcarian. A barbarian, like a barbarian. Teeth of a Carcarian. Carcarian. Carcarian? Carcarian? Hey, good morning, Create Belief. How are you? Good to see you.
But if you heard what's mine, I'll show as I'll retaliate.
Barbarian, like a barbarian. Eat of a Carcarian, cross with a Tartarian. There you go. There you go. I got there in the end. I just done that right there off my head. I'll barbarian, like a barbarian. Teeth of a Carcarian, cross with a Tartarian. They make a spectacle. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Lark. It's all just one big spectacle. It's all one big show for the masses. That's all it is. To keep them dumbed down, hypnotised, keep watching the TV so they can get their subliminal hits on people on a daily basis. It's all subliminal. Well, not even so much subliminal these days. It's actually straight in your face, isn't it? But, you know, they need to keep people glued to that TV. Yeah, it is renewed. It is. It's one big fucking show. One big shit show. And they want you to partake in it. That's what they want. They want you to waste your time and to partake in that nonsense. So, yeah, I thought I'd bring a little 80s vibe in this morning, chill, man. Little 80s vibe. She drives me crazy. That long brown hair. Crazy. I can't help myself. Most bizarre censorship at the point at this point been the hack of Rockstar Games and leaking what? Of 90 plus minutes of gameplay of GTA 6. You will get a strike if you talk. What? Are you serious? Fire away, Block. Fire away, bro. What is actually in the box? It's empty. Makes sense, right? Makes sense, Block, if it's just empty. So if you talk about any gameplay in the new GTA 6, you're going to get a strike. That's nuts. That's nuts. Or block. It could just be full of hot air. That's all it is. They just pump hot air in there. Sorted. Hey, what have you put in there, Chill? Embalmers all see the same things but can't talk about it. That's on the internet. Hopes of dreams is in the everybody's freedom, Lark. Everybody's freedom is in that box. It's getting buried beneath the vault.
I heard you on the wireless back in 52, lying awake intently tuning in on you. If I was young, it didn't stop you coming through. They took the credit for your second symphony, rewritten by machine on new technology, and now I understand the problems you could see. I met your children, what did you tell them?
Digital killed the video star. Digital killed the video star.
Pictures came and broke your heart, and now we meet in an abandoned studio. We hear the playback and it seems so long ago, and you remember the jingles used to go.
Oh, oh.
You were the first one, you were the last one.
Digital killed the video star. Digital killed the video star.
In my mind and in my car, we can't rewind, we've gone too far.
Hey, Simon. So how you doing? Hope you're good. I love this bit. This bit. I want to use this little hook bit here, just as it comes in. Sample it. Up the tempo, because it's really like a happy little, like xylophone-y, but it's a nice little hook if you listen to it. Yeah, it's. I don't think I've got a good voice. I just listen to myself, so that's just from me, from my point of view. I think it sounds terrible, but other people might think, I don't know. Might think differently, right? Or was you messing around? Digital killed the radio star.
In my mind and in my car, we can't rewind, we've gone too far. Pictures came and broke your heart, put the blame underneath the
Oh, I'll tell you what I did catch. The collapsing guard dude. Did you see that? He was there for like loads of hours. I think he fell asleep. But what I see, it looked like the guard behind him literally give him a nudge. That's what it looked like to me. He sort of barged him. That's what it looked like. I don't know if that actually happened, but... Hey, good morning, Tony D. Welcome, dude. Good to see you here. Oh, you got both socks on today and your underpants. You was able to get your old boxers on today, was you, Si? That's a result, isn't it? Is that improvement? Is that progress? Sounds like it. You can sample that as well. You can sample all that. It's got no beat behind it. Chop it up. You could make something crazy out of that. Turns out Brendan's back has also gone out. He's in the same boat. Yeah, I've always had problems with my back since taking ecstasy all those years ago. It's something to I don't know what it was, the small on my back, but I have sort of problems with that as well. I haven't got them. My dad was always working heavy lifting, and he had a slip disc. He said that was incredibly painful, but I've never had nothing like that. But I do get bad pains in my back. That's 3 of you. All got back problems. I hope Brendan's okay, Brendan. If you get to hear this, I hope you're okay, dude. I just caught the message you sent me, Brendan. I just caught it. I think it was earlier. I had 2 slip discs now. Maybe this is my 3rd. Hey, Into, welcome.
Into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown, like a dog without a bone, actor out on loan, riders on the storm.
That's what we are. We're riders on the storm, man. We ride it. Hey, good morning, senses. Good morning to you.
His brain is squirming like a toad.
Yeah, back, man. I think it'll be one of the worst pains, isn't it? When your back goes, you literally can't even cough. Yeah, it's good to see you improving, one man. You know, I was a little concerned, to be honest. You couldn't move or anything. Yeah, that's great to hear, man.
Take him by the hand, make him understand. The world on you depends, our life will never end. Gotta love your man.
The world you demand will never end. Is that what you said? The world that you demand will never end. Is that what he just said? He said something like. It's been quite a while, Chill, isn't it? Remember Simon mentioning it last week? Could have been the week before. Val Kilmer. Now this is the original The Doors. Right. In fact, it's like I'll show you. It's actually the actual live performance of it. Oh no, it ain't. It's the video thing. It's got little inserts of their live performance. Is that the Doors dude, is it? 8 days so far, 9 today. Wow. You wind up merchant senses. I would have said something like that. I would have said something. What is your? Why have you got a tattoo of Margaret Thatcher on your arm, or something? That's what I would have said. Why have you got a tattoo of Margaret Thatcher on your arm? You know that would have just triggered somebody. He's got. I quite like that. It's quite a mellow track. That I like it.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm.
Hey, have no sphere. Welcome.
Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown.
To this house we're born.
A dog without a bone.
To this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm.
Yeah, we ride the storm, they ride the narrative. Alright, that's the difference. I'm not smoking this. I'm trying to not smoke this morning until at least midday. I'm trying. I'm doing okay, guys. I'm doing okay. That end shot's quite interesting. Let's check out Black the Ripper featuring Iron Bars. Let's go.
I've got a right to go home!
What? Listen to the guy. Shut up, you fat. It's like, what?
I've got a right to go home!
You don't like me, that's fine, blood, you're free to choose. Don't care what these haters say, they've never spent a day in my shoes. Growing up in this London zoo, where feds are always trying to arrest you, and judges smile when they sentence you. Snakes always trying to befriend you, when shit's on top, no one defends you. Welcome to the world we live in, people are sick, it's like mental prison. Grateful for every day I'm living, got my girl, I don't need no women.
Starts off with the ones, the monosyllabic rhymes, then goes into doubles. Okay, let's see, what's he gonna do now? Is he gonna
Looking at this beautiful world through my third
Is he gonna drop some knowledge though? That's the thing.
Looking down from a bird's eye, I used to go to church. Now I don't believe a word. I'm too smart for it. You don't know the half of it. I'm
Be smart for it.
I'm not waiting with my hands out, I'm waiting on religion. I got wisdom, self-sufficient. Fuck the system, fuck the judges, fuck the prisons, fuck police, fuck the politicians and the bankers. All of them are wankers. I'm floating off this kosher tangy. I speak my mind all the time, so most of you can't stand me. I'm too high to reply, haters can't get me angry. I'm in the world of my own. always in my zone.
Unfortunately, Blark, yes, we have a Globy as king.
Gold need to be returned home. Rebelling till I die, I'm nothing like them other clones. Outlaw Volume 2, welcome to the show.
It's Farrakhan, isn't it? Is that Farrakhan?
I just speak the truth, really, you should thank me. I'm smoking on kosher tangy and this
Marcus
shit's
Garvey.
blank. The majority are dumb, so most don't understand me. But I ain't dumbing down, refuse to be another clown. I'm running round London town, getting money, puffing loud. Thinking about all my school teachers like, who's
What a
laughing
bunch of
loud?
clowns.
Life's a beautiful journey. Negative news don't concern me. I'm just chilling with a Z as my Percy. Leave me alone.
Let me get stoned.
opinionated. And when I say the truth, these robots just get irritated. Some people think I fell off, some people think I made it. I'm just doing what I like, cause my life is so amazing. If you want something for yourself, you better go and get it. The brain is so powerful, let's start manifesting. I can't remember my dreams, but I still wake up sweating. We're well connected over here, screaming fuck recession. Let's get it.
Hey, welcome, Uppercut.
I speak my mind all the time, so most of you can't stand me. I'm too high to reply, haters can't get me angry. I'm in the world of my own, always in my zone. I'm fuck the queen, that little bitch don't deserve the throne. The stolen diamonds and gold need to be returned home. Rebelling till I die, I'm nothing like them other clones. Out of volume 2.
Return the diamonds. We know where they come from.
All I need is some grams to smoke. I'm watching police get away with murder. How you gonna shoot a man with no burner? So I'm screaming fuck the law while I turn up, feeling like young Morph in the Matrix. All I see is that fake shit. Still dipping these agents with some outlaws and some flavors on the front line of them riots. Anonymous, I can't face there's so much weed smoke. Big trees grow from these clones, thinking fuck the government's fast.
Trees grows from these clothes and weedos. These clothes. Like pedos.
Stargazer smoking by the shore. Still anti like fuck that law. I got Tangy on me, so fuck that whore. All I see is lies on my TV so much I can't keep up no more. That's why I got grams to bill.
I love Marcus Garvey until I woke up. Damn, block.
I'm floating off this kosher tangy. I speak my mind all the time, so most of you can't stand me. I'm too high to reply, haters can't get me angry. I'm in the world of my own, always in my zone.
He got to get, was it 6 million people together without any internet or
I'm fuck the queen, that little bitch don't deserve the throne.
no Facebook or internet?
Diamonds and gold need to be returned home. Rebelling till I die, I'm nothing like them other clones. Outlaw Volume 2, welcome to the show.
Have you guys, any of you guys in the chat, have you heard of the Black Wall Street? Back in the 1920s, like prosperous towns in America had their own banking systems, really doing well until the Ku Klux Klan come along and burnt those towns to the ground, literally, and killed hundreds of people because they didn't want to see black people prospering. That's a fact. I've heard the stories, but yeah, Clark, you would have heard the stories.
You're not arresting the corporations doing it. You're not arresting the government.
That's a nice track. That I like that. Who's that? Black the Ripper. Yeah, Renewed always puts good tracks in it. Thumbs up. Didn't get a strike for it, so should be cool.
Summer breeze all in my mind. Summer breeze all in my mind.
Yeah, you're right, Block. They are. It's a pretty depressing and desperate situation, though, wasn't it, Block? Think about it. The stories are going to be pretty negative. Right?
It's all in my mind. No, 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 no. It's all in my mind.
I don't really like summer breeze. Makes me. Exactly, Block. Exactly. You know. Who actually writ that bit of history there? That's the question. Who writ it? Is it just word of mouth coming down, or the agenda behind it? Was only 55 years ago. Yeah. Was it the? Was it? I thought it was the 1920s. Chill. Was it the 1940s, 50s? Might have been. I might be getting it mixed up. Might be getting it mixed up with the picnic lynchings. Might be getting it mixed up with that. But I don't really like touching on the race subject from like years ago. You know, it's a bit touchy with something. I'd just rather keep those things to myself. You know, if you want to look into it, look into it. But it's some of the stories are quite disturbing. I've got to admit. Learn from your mistakes. That's right. You know, you're never going to get to where you are today if you haven't learned from your mistakes, right? Summer breeze makes me feel fine. It's like a religion over here, Banner. Yeah, what do you mean, Sid? What do you mean, create? It's like a religion over here. You talking about like race and things like that? The racial talk. To me, it's just people are people. You get arseholes in every race, every culture. There's people, good people, and there's arseholes. Doesn't matter if they're white, black, pink, green, yellow. It just doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. So that's my kind of standpoint on that. No, talking about religion, it's just not talked about. Yeah.
July is dressed up and playing a tune. When I come home from a hard day's work and you're waiting there, not a care in the world. See the smile waiting in the kitchen, food cooking on a plate for two.
Yeah, best way to be, Blanc. Northern Ireland for you. Okay, yeah, I've got you now, CB. Got you. Listen, I'm just going to get ready. I'll be about 15, 20 minutes. I'll see you in a minute. summer breeze makes me feel fine.
Blowing through the jasmine
In my mind.
makes me feel fine. Blowing through the jasmine in my mind. I got the blues, but I don't mind. All I have to do is get to you, and then I feel just fine. I'm on a down, but not all the way. When I'm feeling
Hey, Happy! How are you doing, Happy? Welcome. Good to see you here.
you're so good, the way you give, you're so good.
16. Oh, wow. 16. Yeah.
I got the blues, got it all so bad. When I think of me, it's hard to be a person quite so.
It's just me. That's my vibe. That's my vibe, lot. I am just happy. I'm a happy person, man.
When I'm feeling
I'm always joking about and trying to make people laugh. That's in real life, man. I'm just like that. I'm always putting little practical jokes on people. Right, let me get ready. Let me get ready. Explain yourself. Hi kids. Hi kids. Hi bye. Hi kids. Hi kids, like violence. Do you want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Don't copy me, do exactly like I did. Try a seed and get fucked up worse than my life is. My brain's dead weight, I'm trying to get my head straight, but I can't figure out which Spice Girl won't impregnate. Slow, stop that. I'm not in love with anyone that wears leather jeans, right? That guy in the bank the other day. See, that guy in the bank. He had the tightest leather jeans on, and he was Blark. He was a brother. He was standing there with the tightest leather jeans on that I've ever seen. And he wasn't skinny, Blark. That's the thing. And I was standing there just in this bank. I just had a massive smile because I just couldn't believe it. I just thought, man, why is this dude looking so feminine? And literally, they could have been sprayed on jeans or sprayed on leather jeans. That's what they were, that tight, Block. He was Block. I couldn't believe it. He was a brother. I was just like, bro, man, why are you getting like swept up in all the leather denim, leather pants? Oh, got my whole bedroom covered in. Oh shit. Hi, my name is Slim Shady. Block. I would just say that, Block. He was dark-skinned Mexican. He could have been. He could have been a dark. He could have been from Sri Lanka or something like that, right? He could have been an Aborigine. Yeah. But the fact is, that's irrelevant, Block. The fact is, he's wearing the tightest leather jeans I've ever seen. That's the. Yeah, someone got into his psyche, Block, at an early age. Like that double beat, that double time. Hey, what's this? Bumps my glass time experiment. What? Let's just check out this. This is one of Simon's favourite tracks of all time. I might do that. I might do that as it goes. That's actually quite a good idea. If I just want to switch it up one day, everyone put in their favourite track ever. Blood, sweat and tears.
I'm not scared of dying, and I don't really care if it feels.
That's all he was missing was blue hair. If he had blue hair, it would have made a lot more sense.
If it's peace you find in dying, and if dying time is near, just bundle up my coffin, 'cause it's cold way down there. I hear that it's cold way down there, yeah, crazy cold way down there. And when I die, and when I'm gone, there'll be one child born in this world. Carry on, carry on. Now troubles are many, they're as deep as a well. I can swear there ain't no heaven, but I pray there ain't no hell. Swear there ain't no heaven, and I pray there ain't no hell. But I'll never know by living, only by dying will tell. It's only my dying will tell, yeah. Only my dying will tell. And when I die, and when I'm gone, there'll be one child born in this world to carry on, yeah,
Oh, don't make me laugh, man. Stop it. Just stop. I like that. I like that as well. It's different. It's a different kind of track, isn't it?
as I be. All I ask of living is to have no change.
Oh, it's Billy Zag. Right, who put the Billy Zag track in here? I mean, I ain't subscribed to him on this one. I subscribed to him.
Ask of dying is to go naturally. You only wanna go naturally. Here I go. Ha! Hey, hey, here comes the devil. Right behind. Look out, children. Here he comes. Here he comes. Hey. Don't wanna go by the devil. Don't wanna go by demon. Don't wanna go by Satan. Don't wanna die uneasy. Just let me go naturally. And when I
Yeah, when I went to Australia, Blark, my auntie had a friend that was a 6'6" transvestite. And it stuck out like a sore thumb. It was so embarrassing. It really was. It really was embarrassing. When I had to walk down the street with my auntie and her friend, his friend, and as we was walking down, honestly, this is no word of lie. People were bibbing. They were driving past. Oh shit! I've never been so embarrassed in my life. And we had to go down to the off license. And the off license guy was just like sort of staring at me for the whole time. And I left, but the next morning I got up really early, went down to the off license and said to the guy, I wasn't with that transvestite. And he goes, I know, she's your auntie's friend. We know. But they were berating me as I left. They were, "Oi, oi," and all this as I left the night before. So I had to go down there. That's a true story. How embarrassing, man. I mean, 6'6", tiny, like, short skirt, men legs, big Adam's apple. You just couldn't.
And when I'm dead, dead and gone.
No, I know. She could have. He could have been 6'5". I don't know, but 6'5", 6'6", around that. You know, around that. He was really so tall. It was people bibbing us down the bloody road. That's what got me, man. Shouting out stuff and hey. It was in that was in Brisbane. That was in the Grange. Have you heard of the Grange? Happy Joy in Brisbane. That's where my auntie used to live in a place called the Grange. Yeah, it happened there. I'm so embarrassed. Right, let's get rid of that. That guy's bass guitar's wicked. Look at that. The Gang of Rhythm. Is anyone else? Is that a bass guitar? That is a bass guitar, Simon, right? Yeah, it is. Look at the way he's playing it. It's just like strumming the bass notes. I've never seen one like that before. Look, this round drum. Oh, look at this. It's made out of a steel drum, like a steel. Yeah, oh, it's a double bass. Double bass. I couldn't remember who did the original. I was trying to think who did it. Who did the original? Chill. Yeah, I couldn't. I know I heard the song before. I was trying to think who sung this. Canals Park.
This is art.
Yeah.
And in order to create art, not a product, art, you have to live.
Oh, Sensi's new. Niles Barkley. I'm just going to put my trainers on, guys.
I'm making you wait for the fifth date. I need to know if you're worthy, making you wait. Never too late. I need to know if you're
Oh, other side of the city to me, camp area of Brizzy. Yeah. Lucky you. Yeah, I went into Brisbane City a couple of times. Happy to guys. Yeah. Quite nice. Went down to Sunshine Coast as well, where all the clubs are. That was quite a nice evening. Stayed there, guys. We stayed there. Stayed there on the beachfront hotel. It was quite nice.
if you're strictly dictation, saying what you said before to that other girl, you know, I gotta find out if it's true.
I'm gonna have to find the original. That's quite good. Knowles, brother. Knowles, gnarly.
I'm making you wait, never too late. I need to know if you're worthy, making you wait, not to frustrate. I need to know if you're crazy, I'm making you wait. I'm making you. I need to know if it's all perpetration, if it's really real. What are you telling me? I need to see without any outside clarification, baby. That's why I really wanna do what you want me to do. I just can't be all easy. I need to know.
Oh, the original. Simon's put it in there. Cheers, Simon. Thank you. Hear it. Is there an unofficial version? Is there an unofficial version I can play? I think it's the official versions that get striked. Normally, like the official, yeah, the Niles Barkley official. Is there another version of it? Yeah. They don't seem to get striked easily as the. Uh, 128 mil. See, 168. Yeah, that would probably definitely get. Looking for one like the low thousands. $139 million. Well, it must have been a really popular track. Oh, that's better. Oh, it's a karaoke version. Gotta get away with that one. Here we go. Oh, here we go. We got one. Got one. This one should be okay.
I remember when I lost
oh, yes, it's got yeah.
There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space.
This is the original, right? This is the original, right? Ain't no mix or anything. I think it's just Niles Barkley crazy. High quality.
I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly.
Is that better? Is that better, Chill?
But think twice. That's my only advice.
Is there still an echo?
Come on now, who do you think you are?
Is that better?
Bless your soul. You really think you're in control?
Okay, all good.
Well, I think you're crazy.
Yeah, see, when I turn the volume up on the amp, the mic picks up and it gets an echo. So I've just got to turn the amp down a touch. That's all.
Just like me.
He was famous before this song, was he?
My heroes had the heart to lose the lives I wanna live. And all I remember is thinking I wanna be like them. Ever since I was little.
Hey, Vertex. Welcome, dude. Reminds me of my crazy girlfriend I had in California. It was #1 forever. Okay. Pretty popular track. I've definitely heard it before, yeah.
I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy.
Yeah, cool track. Right, let me just, I'm going to get some videos on, guys, so I've got to leave in a minute. Oh, that's part 2. World's 2. Alright, we'll should be back. So I actually missed the first 30 minutes of this.
Where are we? One a wee bit earlier this evening, catching people on the hop. Pretty sure. We having Fly, how are you doing? World Without Curve, Coding. West Belfast, how are you doing? Plain Talk, One Man Has Detector, hello, I'm very well, thank you. Same to yourself, same to everybody. Hope everybody's... Paul Gibbon, Imran, hello. Good things for all, hello Zach. Imran Ali, hello. I'm very well, thank you. Same to you guys. Good morning, Denver. It's morning, it's evening here. How can it be night and day? How can it be night time somewhere and morning somewhere if the Earth's not a globe? Proof. That's proof that the Earth's a curved surface. Because it's dark and it's daylight somewhere else. Therefore,
Thank you, guys. Thank you. There you go.
Tardia logical reasoning. It's a conundrum. I mean, don't know. Oh no, we'll just avoid that and run away. I'm still seeing comments. What does it matter? What does it matter? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you are someone who believes whatever anybody else tells you. The fact of the matter is that, you know, 99.9% of human beings do not know the objective truth of their existence, where they are, why they're here, how it came to be, how this set of circumstances came to be. We do not know what encompasses our, delusional, idealistic environment. You do not know the true objective nature of where you are and what you're a part of here. So there could be many, many reasons for somebody to lie. And then again, the majority of people that you know in your circles, friends, family, teachers, they're not lying. They're just repeating what they were told. They have belief and faith in a particular narrative. The fact of the matter is that they do not know the objective nature of our existence. So there could be endless amounts of reasons. No, guitar's not for sale, Malky. Shameen Gordon, Luca Graham, hello. Neil McRobb, V Thomas, Callum Jackson, Don Miguel. The greatest inquiry indeed. A fundamental inquiry. Try telling people that. Right, so I'm on early, I'm quite tired today, so I'm not going to last very long, but a few things, came up I thought I would have a wee look at. One of them is, is China. What's really going on with China? Again, I don't really know what's going on in their narratives, what's been spoken about within the populace of these areas. But I'm going to show you some footage that came up on my newsfeed earlier on from videos from space. And I have showed video footage from China's space exploration a few weeks ago. There's some very telling visible signs that something was wrong. I'm going to show you something else in a little minute. No, it was, what was that I was playing there? Civil War, Guns N' Roses. That's the very one, Pied Piper. So let me see. Let me just see here. In fact, I'll wait until people see that I'm on. What's been happening? Let me just cover a couple of things here. Getting questions regarding, talking about uniformity of motion, creating directional vectors, giving weight, to objects, creating density layers, and how, for me, the demonstration of motion can create these things. So I still get people who ask questions in regards to thinking that what I'm talking about is making an objective claim. I'm merely going through a process of reasoning and what reality and what I can demonstrate, in reality, to the possibility of how these things can come about. So when we're talking about
right, guys, I will see you in about
reference frame
30
of
minutes.
Earth, and how things are established here within the reference frame. So I continually get people saying, I've got a certain troll, asking questions like, show us a practical demonstration of, you know, a vector being created without constant acceleration, blah blah blah. Again, within the reference frame that's already established, you need constant acceleration, you need constant power in order to overcome it. So I get things like this, you know, Earth can't be moving upwards because simple helicopter would crash if we were going up. And this is the type of, you know, things for me that shows that people are not actually thinking about what they're, you know, it seems like an emotionally impulsive reaction to something that they don't want to hear. If I suggest the possibility that the Earth's moving uniformly, and that's what creates our vector, that's what gives objects their weight and creates the density layers, you know, immediately I get people going, ah! And looking for any illogical, irrational reason to hand wave dismiss it. They're saying things like, if the Earth was moving uniformly, you know, linearly towards our feet per se, then helicopters would crash into the ground. To me, that just shows the level of, you know, unwillingness to contemplate and to investigate your reality and see what practicality can show you. A helicopter requires, just as I said a minute ago, a constant power source. It has to constantly push up on the air in order to elevate itself. A helicopter does not utilise power to get an inch off the ground and then cut the power off because it's achieved its an altitude, so therefore if you cut the power off it should just remain like this. No, it's got to constantly keep its power source on in order to maintain its altitude above the Earth. You know, a lot of these things are just absolutely ridiculous. Gliders don't use engines, blah blah blah. Again, a glider has to be towed to altitude, and then a glider bounces upon the air. It uses the density of the air like a boat aquaplanes on the water, which is why its hull is curved upwards so that it can bounce on the water. It's the same with an aircraft. An aircraft, you know, pitches up the nose about 3 degrees or so that it can bounce on the air. That's why it has wings. It's the same with a glider. You know, so coming back at me with these types of things just shows me that people are not actually thinking clearly. You know, they're just looking for some bias that they think's reasoned and then throw it out there because they've got an unwillingness and insecurity, because again, as I would state, because of propaganda. People coming into this topic have heard the same propaganda over and over again. The Flat Earth Society are controlled government opposition, and the reason it's offered because of that is that they say the Earth's moving upwards, and immediately everybody jumps to ridicule and hand wave dismissal, and they do not investigate any further. And anybody else that brings that up, ridicule. Just the same as the way the globe Earth proponents behave. Just maybe the same way that people behaved when they first heard about the topic of the Earth shape and people who dismissed the globe. You get these knee-jerk emotional reactions, and again, just because you've woke up to one narrative that's false, right, does not mean that you're no longer susceptible to your own bias. You have to constantly be, you know, scrutinising your own bias, your own use of logic, how you reason. That's first and foremost, that's the most important thing. Because if you don't have, you know, cleansed filters, then you're going to adopt all sorts of nonsense. Again, I've highlighted this point before, and, you know, we talk about motion. And again, for me, it still stands. Motion is the only thing that can demonstrate to me how we can create these vectors and have these density layers and have weight to objects. The only thing. Okay? But again, people are coming from a belief system of the heliocentric cosmology, globe Earth, where it's moving in 4 different directions simultaneously at differing speeds, while it all stays in uniformity and functions like clockwork in the theoretical, you know, mathematical conception. That's preposterous. To think you can have rotating, gyrating, wobbling, oscillating, orbiting objects without things flying off them and sensing and feeling the constant change in direction. That's preposterous. But yet here we are, at simplicity, at practical demonstration, that every single person can repeat and will realise the same thing. But we still have people hand wave dismissing. We still have, like, you know, prominent personalities, shall we say, who refuse to talk about it, who refuse to engage in it, and who still put out mantric statements of stationary, immovable earth. You have to be very sceptical of all these people, and first and foremost, as I say, you have to be very sceptical of your own bias and ask yourself some serious questions. Because when I see knee-jerk reactions like that, that tells me people have a bias. Don't know why. Again, it's back to this, people want stories to be true. People want stories that comfort them. Oops. I would say the same, Imran. And all of these people know what triggers them. I can surmise that propaganda, a number has been done on them in order to influence them. As I had said at the beginning of this, you mentioned the Flat Earth Society, or Flat Earth, or Level Earth, or anything to do with the questioning of the globular Earth, and what you're going to get is propaganda slung at you about the Flat Earth Society, how it's a government controlled opposition. And again, the reason that they give is because they say the Earth's moving uniformly. As I've spoke about before, Einstein is one of the proponents who spoke about this in the equivalence principle. Right? And again, when we look at Einstein's proposition of a uniform gravitational field, again, nobody even knows what that is. It's just mathematical terminology trying to explain how reality functions by use of mental gymnastics and mathematics, all conceptual, right? Those two propositions of a uniform gravitational field and a uniform moving reference frame in Einstein's statements and many other people's statements is we would not be able to tell the difference. The difference between those two things is that only one of those is demonstrable in practical reality. I'll let you guess which one that is. It certainly ain't, you know, uniform gravitational fields. Yes, one man, he's the detector, the one force that puts everything in its place. Yes, this is live, God Scott. Yes, Silent Ellen. As far as the laws of mathematics refer to reality, they are not certain, and as far as they are certain, they do not refer to reality. Again, people get caught up in this mathematical thing and think that it's the be-all and end-all. There's a very good reason why mathematics was you know, shoved to the top and, you know, idolised as the be-all and end-all, because they realised the potential to push narratives and stories. You could invest in certain agendas, storylines, and have them pushed. And if people adopt these storylines, then there's a scam, there's money to be made, there's power to be had. Davey 7arc. Been a member for years to whatever. Good vibes to all except flat earth community trying to portray us as stupid. Yeah, you're certainly not being ignored in here, Davey. Yes, reality is the bully for a reality denier. Right, anyhow, so let me get to this China thing. As I say, are China attempting to flatten the curve? Because this is now the second time that I've seen this. Make it a bit bigger for you. What's this? Again, I'm not showing you this as, you know, proof of anything other than that there's a contradiction here. Right? I think it's better. I mean, remember, you know, go and look at your ISS. Right, wait a wee minute. Let me see here. These are the types of images that you're getting, right, from the ISS, the International Shit Show, right? These are your images you're getting. Pause it and let you have a wee look at that. Again, this is from Video from Space, 1.6 million subscribers. And again here. Look at that. And we're seeing enormous amounts of curvature here from the ISS. Then we jump to this image. What's this? What do we have? And what are these patches here? Keep an eye on these patches. What's that light? Oh, back to that again. Somebody forgot to let China know that they're supposed to have a consistent curve to the fantasy concept ball earth. China don't seem to be paying attention. What's going on here?
What's a consultation fee?
You did ask a question about the wine.
With TalkTalk Full Fibre, the things that should come as standard do come as standard. It just makes sense. TalkTalk.
How do we get from that to that. Very interesting. You want to hear what I think about it? Well, as I said at the very beginning, there's an obvious massive contradiction to what's supposed to be there. Again, all we're seeing is things on a TV. I don't even know where these people are. You know, what I'm saying to you is that from one footage to the next, there's contradictions. Chinese water torture. They were hovering over the flat spot. Thank you very much.
Did you want one?
Yeah.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. The Queen died, have you heard? I certainly did. I seen, that brings me on to the next topic. I seen a thing about a guy called Alex Belfield. I had seen him popping up. I think he had some issues with other TV presenters, and apparently he's been given a 5-year sentence for online bullying. So I had been reading through some of it, and I thought to myself, what have people like myself had to be, you know, subjected to over the past 7 years in regards to this type of behaviour? Again, people like myself are, you know, objective inquirers who want to establish what is real and what is not real. I do not spew hatred. You know, I even talk about, let me just talk about this for a wee minute here. There seems to me to be this attitude of fair game. So, as I said before, you know, people here in this confinement are free pretty much to offer up any product they want, right? So, people offer products up and people either buy those products or don't buy those products. I think the fine line comes when we start turning our attentions to, you know, in a threatening manner. That seems to be where a line is crossed that I don't think's right. You know, it's up to you as an individual to discern. It's up to you as an individual to take care of your own children, your own offspring, and for you to be a guide in their, you know, faculties, how they filter what they're experiencing while they're here on this plane. You know, and it seems to me, you know, my attitude towards like NASA or the space agencies or people pushing the globe, it's fine. If that's what you believe and you want to push that, that's fine. Don't come at me and tell me I have to accept it, right? So, you know, once we get into the realms of actually threatening people in a physical manner or having people fearing for their lives or any of that, I think we've crossed the line. However, you know, when I reflect on my experience of being online and the constant harassment, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, the constant misrepresentation of my stance, my position, the barefaced lying about my position, who I am as a man, what my content is, it's absolutely incredible. So, you know, again, we see these massive double standards. You know, when it suits certain, you know, narratives, they want to seek to impose some sort of punishment. But yet again, you know, I can be testament to my own experience of the severe harassment and intimidation tactics from this cult known as the Globe Earth, right? And it still goes on to this day. You can go to some of these channels and it's, as I said before, these people are professing that people like me are liars, incompetent, retarded, you know, any form of derogatory term you can think of while at the same time making money off of our backs. You know, it's absolutely incredible. Right? And yet we've got one guy who shouts and moans about some BBC presenter, and a few fans send some, you know, ugly emails or whatever, and all of a sudden this person's now serving 5 years. That would suggest to me then that these globe proponents are looking at a life sentence for the amount of harassment, bullying, intimidation, barefaced lying that's went on. Why? Because we don't believe in your fucking fantasy globe earth concept. Well, at the same time you're professing we're retards. Again, where is the moral compass? Where is the ethics of these people? Is that how you would treat? If I seen somebody who I thought was maybe, you know, retarded or a bit slow or in some form of struggle, I'm not going to spend my time ridiculing them and trying to stress them out and making their life harder. That's just not an approach that I would be taking. So again, you know, I say these things because you should know fine well that what these people say is contradictory to the position that they hold. They're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 7 years now, against a minority of fringe lunatics. I'm going to keep repeating that every time I go live. Where's our justice? Where's our day in court? You go to some of these channels, they're talking about dropping people off of buildings and inciting hatred and ridicule and stress towards people who are individuals and have every right to question their own reality. These people are that much on their high horse that they think they can take control and dictate to other individuals what they've to accept as being real and no real, while at the same time displaying an increasing amount of ignorance and stupidity, because everything that they believe is based in fantasy. They have nothing practical, they have no direct measures, they have absolutely diddly squat. They have created a religion centred around this image of where we exist. A very destructive, stupid religion based on assumptions, based on illogical propositions, requesting that you ignore your direct experience and your own sensibilities, requesting that you ignore those in favour of an image supported by, you know, explanations that do not match what you experience in reality. From that narrative, they get to push all sorts of agendas. They get to push scarcity. They get to push, you know, existential religious stories. That being that reality came from nowhere for no rhyme or reason. Matter and energy and all this stuff just appeared randomly, organised itself and culminated in you and I at this very day. While these people chastise and slag off other religious people who think that a creator created it all in 7 days. What you're witnessing is just another fraction of religion. Globe Earth heliocentrism is a religion. It's based on philosophical materialism. That's its roots. That's what, you know, gave it its drive. Starting from that position and then trying to interpret your experience of reality to fit that preconceived bias of nothing. What's your starting premise? Nothing. Okay, where do you go from there? Well, I've got some word salad to offer you about infinitely dense singularities, which I don't even know what that is because I can't define it nor demonstrate it for you, but I'm just going to say it. then we look around the world and we wonder why it's so disjointed. Why we have so many different cultures and none of them have the answer. None of them are displaying, you know, a peaceful life. Because materialism, you know, in two senses, the philosophical aspect of materialism, that is the foundation, has created this consumer, you know, materialistic type society. Subliminally in people's minds, this narrative runs that there is no meaning, there is no accountability. All there is you, and get what you can for you and fuck the rest. Well, they still try and talk about morality and ethics and how to live a good life, but these people have to stop. They don't have any say whatsoever in that regard, if that's the narrative that they want to push. But that's the narrative that has gripped the world. And even people who are still trying to maintain some form of other religious bias are displaying the symptoms. Because all they give a fuck about is what they get for themselves. Well, they sit on their high horse, thinking that they're, you know, righteous and moral and ethical. They'll just know. They would be righteous if they stopped and admitted to themselves the true reality of the situation. I often say to people, why do you think there's so many cultures? Why do you think there's an endless amount of philosophical positions? Do you not see that these things are all symptoms? They are symptoms of our state, that being bewilderment, that we do not know. And we are constantly bombarding each other with ideological positions on our existence that don't stand up to scrutiny or match any form of reality whatsoever. Human beings have been stagnated by this religious doctrine of the globe earth, where nothing makes any sense. You're in an infinite void on a potato rock. So people there think, well, there's no way off and there's nothing else to discover. So now we have to try and formulate a reasoning of our existence based on that premise. And from there, the only result is going to be a never-ending procession of philosophies, religions, and any other ideology that a human being can conceive of. Because it's in the human nature to try and find out what their existence is, where they are and why they're here. And if you've been stagnated by the globe earth proposition, then what's going to happen to you? You're going to wander into imagination land. You're going to start, enveloping yourself in academic studies of philosophy. And all they are is cul-de-sacs to keep you going round and round in circles, thinking that you're going to find something in an idea. You're equipped to explore the place you find yourself in. You're not supposed to sit still and fantasise over ideas about your existence. You're equipped to explore it directly and immediately. And if we all done that, there would be no need for any religion or other ideology, none whatsoever. And if you're going to have an ideology, it has to be kept in its place, that it's a subjective indulgence. Probably because you're suffering from a mental illness and you're insecure. You don't need a substitute. The only reason you need a substitute, a lie, an idea, is because you're weak. Now I don't mean that macho, strong, you're weak. No. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, you're both retarded and weak. What I'm saying to you is the factual truth. Unless you can sit in front of me with clear perception, with clear filters, and state, you do not know. You do not know where you are. You do not know why you are here or what this is about. If you can't sit in front of me with clarity stating that, then you're mentally ill. And it's as simple as that. The whole world is suffering massively from mental illness. There has to be a process of, what's that word again? I can't remember. You know, but there has to be a process in order for us to get out of that and to address the illnesses. Because uncertainty breeds fear in people. And I don't know why, because I've lost touch with why I used to be in fear of not having certainty. As I say, the only thing I can point at is because it's a result of the circumstances that I've been born into. That you've been fed this message that other human beings have it all figured out. That there's daddy figures who have a moral and ethical compass and an intelligence that are going to convey to you the facts every time. And it breeds in you this attitude of, well, I don't need to think because there's other greater minds than me out there. And all I have to do is seek them out and they will feed me an answer that satisfies my own bias. That's pretty much 99.9% of the populace. That's how they behave. You ask somebody, I don't know that, I'm going to check on Google. And again, these things like Google and YouTube are very useful. They're very useful in a practical sense. Like if there's some aspect of my existence that I'm having a problem with or I've got a puzzle with, I can go into YouTube or I can go into Google and I can find other people who are showing their experience, and then I can reflect on that experience and say, oh, that was great information because it worked. But when it comes to the bigger questions, you know, about our existence, who we are, where we are, why we're here, you're not going to find the objective answers on YouTube or Google. Those answers will only be satisfied when we have immediate full exploration. Unrestricted full exploration. Again, I spoke about this archaic, you know, conception or notion of a monarchy, and it's all constructed upon, again, philosophical materialism and this proposition of hierarchy, you know. And when you create a structure like that, you know, the hierarchy is only there to, you know, feed the few. You know, it baffles me that we still have people who are emotionally attached, and I think it's a want to belong and to have some semblance of meaning in their life, so they view things like the monarchy, the royals, as a representation of a narrative that suits their bias and makes them feel content that they were a part of something definite and objective, you know. And then when one of them dies, they want to go through these, you know, learned behaviours of how to behave at death. And they all want to queue up and mourn and, oh, woe's me, look at how mournful I am. Ooh. As if they're trying to, you know, project some deep emotional spirituality that they have. The reality is that they're totally disconnected. You know? I mean, do these people actually think that the royals or anybody else in a position of the hierarchy give one fuck about you? And I see it mentioned, the Stockholm Syndrome. That's what we're seeing. Queues of people want to go up and outdo each other. Virtue signalling, competition. Who can outdo who the most? Again, last week, you know, Ibrox Park, a Scottish football team, Rangers, right, making this big fucking palaver about this royal Right, and I've laughed about this before. And again, I'm no sectarian or biased in any way, shape or form. I don't give a fuck about any of that. It's irrelevant to me. But I think the hypocrisy is absolutely staggering. You know, so you get these fans, right? All this stuff about the Queen and the loyalties to the Queen. These very same fans, in no even a week's time, in a couple of days' time, are going to be joining in to support Scotland, the national team, where they're going to sing songs about, you know, sending the Royals home to think again because we conquered them. And then the very next week they're going to be back to singing God Save the Queen. Because they're fucking retarded. The same as every other fucker. Totally and utterly insane. But no, that's normality. That's a good life. That's normal. That's what we do. But people like me, who are objective inquirers, we're the insane ones. I'm insane for even talking about any of this stuff. And not only that, you know, it's like the levels, the complexity and levels of this delusion, right? We've spoke about patriotism and the absurdity of patriotism, being patriotic to some idea of an imaginary border of dirt and water, right, that you feel a part of. And all this pride and English pride and this, that and British pride. These people who you call your royals are descendants of Germans. Their true name is Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. No Windsor. Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. Changed to Windsor so that they were more appealing. So you've got Scottish people who love the Queen, hate the royalty the next week, back to loving the Queen, who's actually German. And all these English people that are running about, ooh, mournful, oh, woe's me, look at me virtue signalling, I'm more mournful than you, I love the Queen more than you did to me. I've got 15,000 cups and saucers of the Queen's face. All these idiots worshipping Germans. Aye, but they hate Germany. But they love the royals. You know, when people come here attacking here and this topic and saying we're mentally ill, no, these people need to turn their attention to this type of behaviour. Because there you're seeing mental illness, extreme forms of mental illness. I've said it before, you know, this is the darkest dark ages for human minds that'll probably ever be. But again, as I said at the beginning, you know, this is a structure that's set up in order to contain the cattle. Because the main priority is not to have the cattle wandering about freely in case they make discoveries on what else is actually here. And again, they're stifling that inquisitive aspect by offering you this space nonsense because to the inquirer, the explorative, you know, nature that's in people, they have a yearning. But that yearning is quashed when they're met with the narrative of everything's discovered. You're on a ball and there's millions of miles between you and anything else, and there's no way to ever get there. But we have these branches that we call space agencies who are endeavouring to explore on our behalf, because again, that's the rational approach to have, that you allow other people to explore on your behalf and then to feed you stories of their exploration. Well, they show you cartoons on the TV to support their stories. And again, it baffles me that it's so simple. Why can people not just see this? You know, I've seen people recently reacting to these space universe videos, and my comments are always the same. These are cartoons. Snap out of it. You're enveloping yourself and missing, because you're using your imagination to try and picture it as a reality, but you're missing the very fundamental aspect that they're showing you cartoons. They're not showing you actual real world, real reality stuff. They're showing you cartoons. Just like any other entertainer, hypnotist on the street, they require your participation, your want to participate. So you miss that it's a cartoon because you think it's so big and marvellous minds have figured it out. So you just have to jump in blindly and submerge yourself in the imagination of globe earth heliocentric fantasy and totally miss the cartoon parts. It's amazing. So we've got people that love the Queen one minute, hate the Queen the next.
Hey, Tommy Rogers 3, how you doing? I've just seen you in the album.
Although their Queen is German, while at the same time thinking that they're standing upon a nature-defying, gyrating, wobbling space testicle with curvy bent oceans, and people antipode to them standing feet to feet on the other side of a space test.
Oh, he's up, yeah.
Science! Aye, science, alright. The fucking science of storytelling.
Hey, Schlo. Just making a drink, guys. Back.
Well, the COVID stuff's not important because the Queen's dead. And again, people talk about we're a democracy and we're free and this, that and the other. Are you really? Well, the Queen died, and all of a sudden people are being told unlawfully what to do, what not to do, and that everything's to take priority. You know, the royals and their stuff have to take priority over everything. And people are still in this fucking delusion. And again, you're not allowed to say this or that. Don't you dare. I mean, there was some guy that says to Prince Andrew, you're a bad man. And he was jumped on and arrested. Oh, we live in democracy, we live in freedom. Unless you say something we don't like. No, it's just another branch of the cult. The cult of control and domination.
So I've done pretty good. Guys. That's not a spliff yet. I haven't smoked one joint yet. I think that's a little pat on the back. I think I've done alright there.
No, I've not seen that. Vinny, you need to send me a link or something.
Hi, Jax.
You know, you beyond belief, it irritates me. You know, look at the state of your own environment, your own community, your own family.
Yeah.
And people are running out to virtue signal some stranger that lived the life of fucking Riley, that gave no fucks about any of these people, You know, did they come round with their fucking horse and carriages when your granny died? Huh?
Exactly. Well, I kind of said that earlier. You know, exactly the same thing, just in my words.
It was good for 2 years.
You know, my brother died last year. My nan died like 8 years ago. Was the Queen of any of her family mourning? It wasn't. Didn't give two shits.
What? She was good. She was good for 2 years. All right, okay. Again,
they don't care about our loved ones, but they want us to care about them. If they would care, the Queen and that family there, if they shared out their wealth, no one would be homeless. Nobody.
Well, I've said stuff.
Nobody would be hungry. Nobody would be homeless if they just shared out their wealth. But no, they want to keep hold of it. They want to put themselves up into this elitist position that it's just so frustrating that these world-tards are just lapping it up.
Therefore, you need to accept my reasoning as being sound. No, I just look at you as an absolute fucking buffoon. And because you don't get a comeback from me, doesn't mean to say that you've silenced me or I think you're right.
Tommy wants... I'm going to wrench you up again, Tommy. Hold on. There you go.
If you make statements...
Tommy, you're fully wrenched now. 1, 2 and 3, I think. Hey, Dorian. How you doing?
Because that's what you deserve. Rehabilitated, that was the word I was looking for earlier. These people, in my idealistic...
Their wealth is ours. I wish that was true. I really do. I wish that was true.
To fix their insecurities, that breeds their fear, that leads to illogical, irrational...
It's crazy that, everyone's got this feeling emotional. You've got no emotional connect with this woman whatsoever. What are you talking about? Never met her, never talked to her. Let's see what the big deal is.
Nonsense.
Everyone just gets swept up in all the psyop and all the brainwashing. Watch way too much TV. Turn the TV off. You might start thinking a little bit clearer. It is banner through this. Their wealth is ours. Okay, so it's an actual thing. Okay. Right. So who said it? Uppercut said it. Their wealth is ours. Chills just said it as well.
I heard this afternoon.
Dorian's just said it. Well, their wealth is ours. It doesn't seem like that though, Dorian, does it?
Queuing up. Abandoning
Do you see any of the wealth?
To queue up. To fucking,
Do you see any of the Queen's wealth?
Virtue signal to some stranger that they think's
I don't know if it's just me, I don't know.
There's Craigie boy.
Yeah, Dorian, you know all the documents and all the legal stuff. It just gets too... That document, I tried to look at it, I couldn't understand it. I just couldn't get through it. I got through, I think, the first couple of paragraphs, man. My brain was done. I was just like, how does Dorian get through this and understand all these documents, man? But it's a good thing because, you put other people onto these documents.
An email from that muppet telling me that he's got the document.
Hey, you're welcome, Tommy.
Just about ready. Fucking whatever.
We all have to earn it. It's not It's not hard. Oh yeah, I was pretty stoned at the time, Dorian, and you know what it's like when you've had a couple of joints. Walking used to be hard.
Yes, Davey. It's exactly what the birth certificate was. And again, these people have been trading on your birth certificate since the day you were born. And there's a monetary value to that certificate that you've not been privy to. But I'm pretty sure if you pursue it, and it's something that I need to think about, but life catches up with me, and there's so many aspects, but if you pursue it, I'm pretty sure that you would be entitled to it, because money and things have been made off of your back. The creation of that birth certificate has allowed trading to happen on your behalf that you I've seen nothing of. Well, at the same time, the cheeky bastards come back to tax you on your own endeavours while they're making money off of your birth.
That old maritime law and all that. It's all the free man stuff, Diane. This is it. House Joint of Resolution, guys. So if you want to check this document out here, that Dorian was talking about in Dell's the other night. As I literally got to discharged. I've got to go through the whole thing. Like Dorian says, it's easy to understand. You just got to take your time, just go through it. Even if you go through it kind of line by line, right? Just keep going over it until it sort of sinks in and you understand it. But yeah, you've got all these links here as well. You can go to
Think about these
birth certificate,
that situation.
title created by the state. There you go. Exactly what Dell's talking about.
Goes on.
Our true relationship to the government.
All I'm talking about is what it represents and
legal way to discharge and educational centre 2000. That's what I think. I think that's what Dorian's putting in there now.
Immediately.
The information here presented by. Oh, it is these. Right. Okay.
Regardless of what you want to think about them.
So yeah, it's all there. It's all there in this document, guys. So it's Dorian's just posted it in the chat as well. So
I have no fucking clue. So I'm ill-informed. I cannot jump to any conclusions about who they actually are. That's just the reality of the situation, you know?
Yeah, Jez, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right, Dorian. He has. He's been doing it for quite a while, right?
Again, just like I said...
Who was the guy? I think he died, or he was murdered. Who was the free man dude? Who was the free man guy? He isn't. We're going back a long way now.
Because I just don't buy into it. I don't have to destroy it, or... you know, physically attack these people in any way, shape or form. I just don't buy into their ideology. And I wish people would grasp
yeah,
that.
John Harris. That's the
guy,
Dorian.
You're propping it up.
Yeah, John Harris.
Refuse to participate in it.
What I'm going to do, I just hate going back.
Because it becomes a... you know, if people's attentions are there, it becomes a very useful tool to influence and manipulate people. If they see that people are not interested and not paying attention, then they'll drop it because it's no longer a useful tool to them. Because all these things based in hierarchy are there as tools to lever your attention and to make sure you stay within the confines of what they have denoted as being your earth.
Yeah.
That's the only reason it's there. They are tools of leverage. As soon as you realise that it's a tool to leverage your attention, that has no power over you anymore. What's wrong with your own ideology? I don't know. What ideology do I propose? If you can be specific and talk about what you think's my ideology, then I would respond to that.
I haven't taken any of man's medicines. I can't even remember. The last time I took it was when I got an actual ear infection.
What do you mean my own?
And I just went up to the, because I couldn't sleep, it was constant, and it was worse than a toothache. My ear, man, was just, oh.
Exactly, you need to elaborate. There's no conversation to be had.
And they give me some antibiotics.
On you trying to...
and some painkillers.
Points, but saying I've got an ideology and then saying my ideology is my own truth. What is my own truth? What I know to be true in regards to what? Be specific. I know it's true that if I, ram that into my face very, very hard, that it's going to cause lacerations, swelling, bruising, bleeding, and it's going to be painful and I'm not going to have a good time. That's not an ideology. That's an objective fact. No requirement of belief or faith or any of these things. So you need to be specific. No, I know you're not attacking, but this is useful because, you know, this is forms of communication.
And
I don't
does
know what
meetups.
you're getting at. I'm not attacking, I'm saying your truth is true in my opinion.
No, Dorian, man,
I'm not
no,
interested
it's
in
cool,
opinions.
it's cool.
See, you're talking about from the perspective of
I don't really cover the free man stuff, Dorian, because it was done years ago, wasn't it? It was done years and years ago by John Harris and a couple of others were doing it, and I used to watch them because it was intriguing at the time. You know, realizing your birth, they're making money off your birth certificate and all this, and it's maritime law, and but I don't know like the intricacies of it. You know, but I kind of get a drift of what they're all talking about. So I've never really covered it because it's been done before. Maybe I'll have to look into it.
Interpret everything to fit. I don't know the truth of my existence. I have no filter of bias that I'm trying to interpret things to fit. There's just this objective world, and then there's this subjective part that I call the internal workings, my preferences, what I like, what I don't like, blah, blah, blah. And I identify those as subjective and specific to me.
Dax has got a bad back. Simon's got a bad back.
Nothing to do with truth.
Brendan's got a bad back.
Absolutely nothing
My back ain't
to
the
do with
best. But I think that
subjectively,
the
I
weed
like
sort of
AOD.
stops a lot of the pain.
It's a truth, but it's my subjective preference. It's not a universal objective truth because some people don't like it. So this is what I mean about being specific. This is the very next video I'm going to make. And I'm going to have the camera here and I'm going to have the paper. And I'm going to talk about objective and subjective and how my mind works and how I filter things. And I'm going to ask people to offer me up different examples, different scenarios.
Yeah.
And I'm going to break it into objective components and subjective components. So I know it's not an attack and things can get passionate, but these practices are, for me, can be very, very useful in order to help people realise the workings of their own mind. I just have two simple filters. And
I
those
wonder what all
filters
this
are
back
objective
problem
and
stuff is.
subjective.
I think there's something to it. Do you think it's the fluoride or
Is
something?
Earl Grey an actual thing?
I have a debt collector
Teabags
after
are
me. I'll just
objectively
ignore
real.
all
They have
texts
a
and
substance
emails,
in them,
letters,
they have a
etc.
flavour,
Last
blah,
time
blah.
they wrote
These are in the categories of
if they were going to
objective
send
because
it back to
exists
the
in objective
original
world. It is objective.
result.
Everybody can verify that
What a
Earl Grey
result.
teabags do indeed
Jax.
exist.
Yeah, you keep sending them back to the original people.
Component.
Keep
But
sending
it's
it
a
there.
personal thing, a preference. I like Earl Grey tea.
I'm not actually in debt with anybody, but I hate owing people money. I really, that's one of my pet hates. I just really don't like it.
Objectively, they
but-
exist. Subjectively,
Let me just get
I
this
like.
back.
So that's a truth to me.
Yeah, and
It's not
yeah,
objective truth.
I ignore
I'm saying about have to be specific.
any letters like that. Just go straight in the bin. TV letters and they're gonna send bailiffs round my house and
Very next thing, it's been
gonna
on
do
my
all this
for a while.
nonsense.
So
Just
that's
ignore
gonna
it.
be
Straight in the
happening
bin.
through the week, 100%. And everything that comes this direction, we're going to utilise the filters, and I encourage you to do it yourself. Get your own pen and paper or your own pen and whiteboard, and practice it yourself. That way you can identify where your own biases are and where you're deluding yourself.
I had a bad back and knees. Got a piercing in my ear for the pain. Unbelievable difference. What? It has made
Boris, hello, Boris Jobs.
difference. It has made guys have it in 5 weeks now.
Subjective.
Never had a piercing. So you got your ear pierced, and it took the pain away from your back, CB?
Through a subjective bias. It does not exist as an objective.
I'm being hounded
tangible object.
by Wandsworth Council for all sorts from 2020. Right, I gotcha, Jax.
No, because
From the start of all the nonsense, right? I bet. It's January 2020.
Example.
And they are asked to deal with Wandsworth Council who had all sorts of run-ins with it. Yeah, most councils are. They're just
Dale, have you seen Job?
They're not really. They don't really help you, do they? You know, they put it off, and you've got to go through all this long-winded crap just to get to where you know. It takes like months. Acupuncture, right? Oh, okay, that makes sense, CB. There's a special nerve at the top of the ear it goes in. So right at the top of the ear, there must be like a nerve that connects straight somewhere to your back. If you pierce that nerve, it might stop the pain travel. I
think a lot of movies have symbolised that, you know.
Based in Belfast. Councils only exist on paper as a court of law.
It's very, very true. You look at the structure, look at the power structure and what its, you know, duty and role is.
They've reassessed my benefits based on my daughter's
your movement and to fill you full of ideological
because I'm a pensioner now, for fuck's sake.
Who you are and what your existence is.
I don't care, Jax. I don't care about that. I don't care if you're a pensioner or whatever.
It's no based on objective, you know, exploration. That's all been quashed.
They just want to interfere. They want to get into your lives and try and piss you off as much as possible. As much as possible.
You know, the majority of these people knew
they want to disrupt your easy lifestyle. They don't want you to have it easy. They want you to be thinking about bills 24/7 constantly. Sending letters out.
Well, the ship's captains and pilots sit and fucking scan.
Wasting money and paper on just constantly sending letters out to people.
Under this illusion.
It really does get on my nerves.
Super intelligence. He must live some superior. No. He shits. His farts are stinking. He has to piss. He gets ill. He has to sleep, and he sits and scrolls through TikTok, just the same as the other derps. But it's back to this investment again.
I have
hierarchy of superior intellect.
I have debt collectors chasing me over an $880 fine last year for providing clean to new winter clothing and feeding the homeless. What? A hot meal at the city hall. You can't be. Tommy, that's crazy. I've heard about some of these stories, but someone that's actually in the chat has happened to. So Tommy was out there last year, right, providing clean water and winter clothes for the homeless, right, hot meals and stuff, and they give him an $880 fine for doing that. See how twisted, inverted, mirrored the whole system is, right? Can't even help homeless people. But you've got to pay your taxes to the richest 1%. You've got to pay them. Pay your taxes to the richest people, but you can't help a homeless person. You can't give them food or some nice winter clothes, right? Or even a place to stay. You can't. You're not allowed to do that. We fine you for doing that. But make sure you pay your tax. Get out of here. It's just this. It's nonsense. It's constant, right, guys? Where are we at? I'll return. Oh, that's the This is the site that Dorian put in there. Return to democracy. Law common to man's MPA. EMAs.
Who have a moral compass and an ethical, you know, duty to serve you with truth and justice all the time because you're a little naive fucking snowflake.
How disgusting is that, though? The system that finds you for helping out someone that's in a bad position. You see someone on the street, you try and feed them, and you're going to get an $880 fine for that? That just doesn't compute in my head. I'd just tell him to fuck off. Mind your own business, mate. I don't care about your rules. This guy needs some food. People just too nosy to stick their noses into other people's stuff, what they do, right? They're just so nosy. It's just stay away. You've got your own life. You're getting on with that. Stop poking your nose in mine.
Kaz, Veronica, and just...
Yeah, I just can't believe that. It's like the vegetable thing as well, isn't it?
We can catch up tomorrow afternoon if that's good.
It's like the vegetable thing in the States. There's states in America you can't grow vegetables. You're not allowed to grow vegetables on your front lawn or anything like that. Guy comes around and finds you for it. Crazy is this place. See, the system's crazy. It's not the people are a product of the system. The system's crazy, which produces sick people. And we're in it.
For you. Yeah. And that's it, and remove your power by removing you from the centre of everything. So you can look at that in twofold. People talk about the centre of everything as being the earth and being the centre.
It is, Simon. It's a whole new level of evil. For me, that is just a whole new level of evil.
Shove you at the driver's seat.
Again, you're not harming anybody. You're not directly or indirectly harming someone in a negative manner, right? So I don't get the thinking. You're helping somebody out. That's so sad. It's really sad the way that this place has gone. And they like sugarcoat it, didn't they? All the time they sugarcoat it on TV. It's a lovely one. You should be happy with what you got, and fuck off. All constantly sugarcoating when you're living in it. It's a shit show. We all know that. Everyone knows that. That some of us are real and we don't lie about it. We tell you how it is. Other people just constantly just sugarcoat it. So, oh, yeah, it's wonderful. Oh, freedoms and free. Get out of here.
Of your own faculty and replaced it with some pseudo intellect ghost. So the majority of people will know in the background and not here actively discerning and filtering what's coming in. They've just placed their faith and belief in some hierarchy. Superior beings are going to fill their mind with what's truth and what's no truth, and that they don't have to ever give it a second thought. And you can see that in the cases of the street interviews, where people are smugly and arrogantly.
Sorry to keep interrupting, Dale, but yeah, up I said, like most here, I'm just about done with them all. Right, from council people to doctors to politicians, along with friends and family that looked at me sideways from March 2020. Where's the fucking exit? Get me out of here. You're starting to feel confined now, aren't you? When you know that the plane could be endless and you're being kept here in this little spot. That is just a whole new level of evil. You're trying to help people that ain't in a really great position, and they're fining people for doing that. What is this place? What have they done to it? As I said, all these elitists, the royalists, we put them onto Isle of Wight, right? All the pedos, all the weirdos, all the rainbows, all on the Isle of Wight, politicians, royalists, and we just napalm it. We don't need them. Get rid of the whole lot, the whole system, and we reboot it.
You know, taking the position, yes, Earth's a globe and blah, blah, blah. And then you try and just break beneath the surface a tiny little bit to the reasoning about why they have those positions, and you see very quickly that they end up like a fucking rabbit in the headlights because they don't actually fucking know because of what I've just said. They've been shoved to the side, they've been decentered from their own being, where they don't trust themselves, they don't utilise their own discernment, they don't pay attention to their own faculties, their own senses. But only when it comes to these bigger questions.
Simon says,
all intents and purposes, for every other practical, part of their life.
Simon says, humanity on the cutting edge of insanity.
They're immediately centred.
Nice little rhyme there.
But when it comes to these bigger questions, boom, They're decentered, pushed to the side, and some ghost takes cover or takes over some authority.
Caps is
ghost
dead.
that they've
Caps is dead.
invented.
What do you mean? So, Dorian, if I is this still a thing, Simon? Dorian, I don't know if it's a thing still. If I sign my name, yeah, and I put what are they called? Not brackets, like square brackets around each end of the signature. Does that become null and void? That signature? They're like not closed and open, but they're like square brackets, right? I think you understand what I'm saying. Because I'm sure that was a thing. That was a thing way back. I'm sure when John Harris was talking about it, he said something. If you sign your name, but put like square brackets around the name, something like that. I don't know if it's still a thing.
Science, government, PhD, I don't know.
It's a farm. They take your energy, juice, your life force, your soul. Right? That's what they're after. They're after your energy. They're after your focus, your input. That's what they want from you. Now it's up to you. You can go along and play their little game.
From its
You
position.
go along and play their game, or you can use the game against them.
Spiraling through the fucking conceptual universe.
That's what I tend to do.
And again, going back to what I was saying earlier, that's why we have all these philosophies, all these religions, all this ideology, because that's the only thing that's going to come. These are symptoms of bewilderment, and it's not going to get any better. All you're going to get is reworking and rehashing of ideology and nonsense over and over.
Oh, it's the same thing. Okay, yeah. Non-cat. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Assumption that they hold, which is the cause of these.
My daughter lived with this dyslexic and has
centered around your existence.
Until
you let go of the wally twirly space fantasy.
no left brain. Okay, right. We make a right pair working on the way.
Searching within these realms of philosophy.
Well, Jax, with her left brain and your right brain, you put them together, you got a full brain, right? You can work things out perfectly fine. Yeah, what was it? What did John Harris say? He said it was these, Dorian. Hold on.
The Akashic Library.
Yeah, these.
I think there's a lot more to that than people actually realise, just personally. That everything that's been and everything that will be already did exist and always will. You know, I always used to fantasise and imagine that when, if, we leave here when you die, that, it's a bit like rewinding a movie. So if I could say to myself, well, I want to go back and, relive or watch or experience where I was on Tuesday the 5th of November in 1989 at 4 PM. Just the same as you can rewind any movie to a specific point and play it from there and relive and rewatch. I think there's a lot more to be said on that than people give credit. But again, that's just me personally. Now we're talking subjectivity, and again, it's fine to talk subjectivity. I think what the most important thing is that things are categorised and stated with clarity. How many times have you've been in conversations? So, there's a topic, say it's 9/11, right? And you say to people, oh, let's talk about 9/11. So 9/11 and everything that went on is a topic that you put on the table, right? And then as soon as you start talking about it, somewhere along the lines people forget that we're talking about a topic that's on the table and start looking at you as what you're talking about is that you're advocating or being a representative of. Because people have lost the ability to have discussion and to be objective in their discussions about any varying topic. Everybody jumps to picking sides and grasping at certainty, and then they project that everybody else must be doing the same. So when you try and have conversations or discussions with people about certain things, immediately they're pigeonholing you in their own mind because they're not really paying attention. And that happens continually through life on all varying topics in different manners. I forget where I was going there. Totally lost the plot.
Yeah, the legal name. Yeah, John. Poncho was doing it for a while as well, wasn't he, Dorian? A legal name. I know there's a few people
Possibly
that were well into it back in the day.
Again, I've spoken about this before. I think all these technologies are reverse engineered from what already existed, and what already existed was the environment we find ourselves in and the biological life that's here. I was talking again the other day about this, this notion of artificial intelligence and people fearing artificial intelligence and blah blah blah. And, again, look at your own body. It's a biological machine and it has its own intelligence. And I'll give you examples of this. Right? So how many times have you been driving your car? And you get to a destination and you think to yourself...
Yeah, it kind of died out, Jax, didn't it?
I was somewhere else. I was...
Because John Harris, he died, he passed away, didn't he?
I've done that before and thought...
I don't know if they were suspicious circumstances or not.
Anything could have happened and I have no...
And it seemed a little fishy to me.
For me, that's because this biological machine has got like an algorithm mechanism in it.
Yeah, people steal that information and run away. I'm like, bring it, bring it on.
Same with guitar.
I'll read every single line and understand everything in there. Not given.
To acquire this thing that we have muscle memory, right? And once I've done it for so long, I can then turn my attention to other things and I can just go through the process, because it's like a artificial intelligence that's building its own memory and its own patterns, and then it activates these things whenever you're back in those situations or environments, right? That's why I say to people, stop looking out there for artificial intelligence like it's something that man's created. You're occupying an artificial intelligence. It's displaying it for you continually every day. You just have to stop and pay attention to what the fuck's going on.
People don't do that.
Once you've built up habitual patterns in your life, you don't have to have a conscious participation in them. The AI knows and takes over and performs whatever task, like driving the same road journey that you drive every single morning or evening or whatever.
Interesting,
you don't have to
Simon.
consciously participate in it. You're wandering away imagining
system
and thinking
works,
about
I
all
promise.
sorts,
Yeah.
but you arrive at your destination. Why?
It needs a dummy's guide. The document, Jax, yeah.
Because you're occupying a sophisticated biological computer, an artificial intelligence. What's regulating your breathing? What's regulating your heart rate? What's regulating your body temperature, blood flow, processing of food? What's regulating all these things? Because you're not participating in it. You have no conscious participation in any of those functions, but they're still being fulfilled. For me, this is what shows that there is a separation between what I would call the you, the self, the experiencer, and the artificial intelligence, the biological machine that you call your body.
A biological spacesuit.
So, artificial intelligence, fear, propaganda.
Biological Earth atmosphere.
It's not so much about the actual stuff of robots
Suit, that's
and
what it
artificial
is.
intelligence. For me, it's a distraction to constantly have looking outwards at these man-made things while you miss the things that it's based on. All this computers and this sophisticated technology, they're reverse engineered from the biological life that was here. So don't go worrying about robots. Worry more about the fact that you're occupying An artificial
Creator is a
intelligence,
debt
biological
smashing
machine
creator. In fact, Bible
that has
tells
its
you
own
this many
program,
times
its own
allegorically.
protocols. And you can have an influence over it, you can take control of it if you put your attention to it. But the majority of people don't. As I say, they've been decentralised from the driver's
Oh,
seat.
Hugo just dropped it. I did.
So that they're now a backseat
Can you put it in the
passenger.
chat, Chill? Can you post the link in there so I
And
can,
the
so I can watch it?
magicians,
I did
the
put one on there
wizards
from,
out there
I think it was yesterday.
Programming the artificial intelligence to perform and behave the way they want based on their ideology.
Just don't answer the door to them. They're not going to be there knocking all day. Just don't answer the door. See them, just sit there. Can't do nothing.
No, they have hacked the machine. So Nelly,
Don't answer the door and engage with them.
Doing a great job.
That's half the job done.
And I've said it before, that's exactly what they are. They're hackers. Same as a street performer, a hypnotist, knows how to hack the biological machine, the artificial intelligence, in order to influence it. And I guarantee you, they require a biological machine that's occupant as a backseat passenger, which is why if you pay attention, they screen and they look for the profile for certain people to perform the tricks.
Hey Brendan, how you doing? Dude? Hope you're good. I only caught your message, Brendan. You sent me a message the other day, didn't you? I only caught it this morning.
Need a backseat driver.
Give it a little heart and that.
That's the only way it's going to
I must have missed it, dude. I do apologise. I do normally get back to at least acknowledge that I've seen the. Yeah, you got a strike. Yeah, it's on the list. I'm going to play it. I'm going to go on a bit longer today, so
simulation
I'm going to play it in a minute. I'm going to play all the little. So Brendan's got a strike. I got a strike.
I think it's just the use of language.
Yeah, they just seem to.
You know,
comes in waves with these strikes.
illusion
That's what I've noticed.
would probably be better than simulation. A sophisticated virtual reality.
Okay, we've watched an hour. Well, you guys have watched an hour and 20 minutes of Dell. Let's get to the other ones. Did have quite a list today. Where's Brendan's list? Put it onto the other one, the other channel. Can you post it for me, Brendan? Your list. I put it onto the other channel instead of this one by accident. Because you know, they're just throwing out strikes out there. No reason. They're not being specific about what they're striking you about. Oh, it was in there. What? I'll put it onto the David Banner channel, and that's what I've done.
Meet Vic. Vic is the star of today's video, and Vic is a visual representation of what happens when you watch too much TV and you bow down and believe blindly in authority. Vic today is going to discuss what he thinks is the flat earth. And of course, as a result, Vic is going to put on show for us all to see.
Hold on, let me.
Here, the psychosis that resides in the minds of mainstream believers. Take it away, Vic.
Hey, what do you hear what he's saying? My Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Google Plus, your sister's age, Connie Express. Very ticked off, Vic here. You know what ticks me off? People who think the earth is flat.
Look at this, look at this triggered moron. Absolute globetard. Look at this dude. Hasn't got a clue about where he is, what he's doing. He's just following the script, the narrative, and it's all real, it's all true.
What the hell is this world? What is this round world coming to? What happened to the education system?
Oh, chill out. Why are you so triggered? Why are you so aggressive? Relax. Just words.
In this country.
I could really trigger someone like this.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you not see pictures?
Pictures are not water. Water, I don't need pictures when I've got a bowl of water in front of me, my friend. I don't need pictures and theories and
From NASA that shows from outer space, from the satellite.
fake, not pictures, images, right? They're not pictures, they're images.
That the Earth is round. You
No, moron.
Vic obviously hasn't got a clue about GoPros and curved lenses. And of course, Vic will bow down to a picture rather than demonstrable.
He does, Jax. He does. That's exactly what I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I was thinking, what does he sound like? He does. He sounds like a New York cop.
The moon is round. The sun
Spot
is
on.
round. And what happens? Tell me, you fuck.
So Vic now wants to look up at red herrings in the sky. Think about this from a logical point of view. You're discussing the shape of the Earth. So what's the first thing Vic wants to do? Look in exactly the opposite direction from the Earth.
Dorian. Chester Zoo looking for an escaped bald eagle, and Banner found it.
Subject we're discussing. Think about how insane that is. Rather than deal with demonstrable science on the Earth, which backs the claims, he wants to look in the opposite direction at things he has no idea what they are, where they are.
Moron, what happens when you get to the end of the Earth? Do you fall off? What happens?
Again, he's just spewing the psyop. He's spewing, this is how much you know that he's in deep. When he's spewing the psyop about edges and domes and all this. Hasn't got a clue. Has not got a clue.
It's clear, the flat Earth.
None of these thoughts are his own thoughts, remember? You got to remember that as well.
Which resides in Vic's head is a misrepresentation put there, of course, by the people who tell him the Earth is a globe. And again, Vic can't work that out because the education system which Vic defends so passionately has left him with the discernment of a fucking turnip.
Take a picture of the end of the Earth for me. I want
to. No offense,
Leo, you couldn't have put that any better. Honestly, they were the perfect words.
Take a picture of the end of the Earth for me. I want to.
Vic, no offense here, pal, but those discs with water coming off the edges of it, residing in a heliocentric vacuum that you've been shown by Google and the mainstream media, no one believes, mate. No one believes there's some edge.
Yeah.
We all know water needs to be contained. That scientific demonstrable fact highlights the absurdity of the globe. Vic, stop believing in absurdities, misrepresentations.
It's regurgitating the ridiculous
psyop. Tell
psyop.
you the Earth is a ball. Can you put two and two together, Vic?
The end of the Earth. How come there's anybody never took a picture of the end of the Earth? You fucking idiots. You're an asshole. You're a fucking idiot. Do you at least know you're a fucking idiot? And
Actually, he thinks he's tough. People like this think they're tough until they get punched on the nose. It's like what Mike Tyson used to say, right? Everyone's got a strategy until they get hit in the face. That's so true.
any of your friends ever...
The irony of watching this. Remember what the flat Earth is. My stance. Demonstrable science that can be tested and verified by all, the results of which prove the globe science.
This tough cop attitude just ain't doing it.
You want a map
just ain't doing it.
Based off the fact the globe's scientifically impossible. There is no more honest, true stance you can find. It's that simple. But this lad, Vic, doesn't...
The Tyson law, yeah, the Tyson law. Everyone's got a bloody... Everyone's got a plan until they get hit in the face. This is classic.
Putting aside the stories, the explanations, the cartoons, the firework displays, the space pantomime that Vic and so many others cling on to, and standing by what is. So easy. Vic can't do that. So much confusion resides within Vic simply because he's not been
Confusion?
taught to discern. And then, of course, he gets shown the
Absolute
misrepresentation.
stupidity.
He's unable to wade through the muddy waters because he believes blindly and can't discern. Vic is a visual representation of the psychosis and the problems with mainstream believers. And of course, this is a result of an education system that does anything but empower.
Awesome, Brendan.
Tell you, hey, you're a fucking
Mate,
idiot.
you played your tracks on his channel.
Tell me
Nice.
you know you're a fucking idiot. I have more respect for you. Do you not realize that if a plane
Here we go.
flies from one point and just stays in a straight line, and eventually from staying in a straight line, it'll wind up where it started from, because the earth
Go on.
is round, you fucking idiot!
Look at this mong. In real life, I would literally just take the piss out of this guy in real life. This tough bravado, like tough cop thing he's trying to pull off, it just ain't working. It ain't working, mate. It doesn't suit you. It doesn't suit you.
Sorry to tell you, but that would work going in a circle with a magnetic center on a flat Earth. Why aren't you discussing the molecular structure of water? Why aren't you discussing tower cranes and pendulums? Why are you still falling for silly arguments and examples?
So he can't
which somehow
think.
help you to cling on to.
He can't think. He can't critically think. Right? That's his problem. Regurgitation of the psyop. That's all he's doing. Nothing else. No real thoughts of his own. No real input. And he's raging because of it. He's triggered. Look at his face.
To a delusion. I'll tell you why. Because you're unable to discern. And because of that, you've got all this hatred and anger in your heart, Vic.
Why? Why would scientists for all these hundreds of years tell us that the earth is round when it's flat? Why would they say that? What purpose?
They're not. They're just going along with what we've all been taught. The ones that question it, maybe that spoke up, are not going to get funded by a company that doesn't perhaps want them to speak up and go against the grain, going against perhaps their policies and their narrative. Come on, Vic. This shouldn't be difficult. How many scientists do you know who are out there who are funded by themselves? Wake up, Vic.
Vic the dick.
Get out of that. And if it is flat, what is it? What is it, like a piece of toast, and everything sits on top of the piece of... What's under us, you fucking morons? You're a fucking moron. And all these conspiracy theories...
Bless him, saying that, thinking, demanding people answer what's underneath.
Look how retarded he looks right now.
There's not people upside down underneath me, Vic. Driving tower
I
cranes,
can't
spinning
think
the
for
wood and
myself.
oscillate on a scientifically impossible ball, Vic. To answer the question that what resides underneath would require, again, full exploration. It's an honest answer, Vic. You actually calling me moronic, or people that you think stand by the flat earth, but of course you've got this disc interpretation of what you think the flat earth is put there by liars, misrepresenters.
Yeah, good Leo.
And that's why you have so many problems, so much trouble discerning and grasping this stuff. What's under the fucking flat earth?
This guy here is a perfect example of a dumbed down individual. Dumbed down to his dumbest level of dumbness. This is how dumb this dude is. It's unbelievable.
Everything's a conspiracy theory.
Everything's a conspiracy theory. Why don't you fall off the boxes? Jeez, it's like talking to a 2-year-old.
You're a fuck.
In fact, you get more sense out of a 2-year-old than you would out of this idiotic being.
Conspiracy.
They're throwing up the 60s now.
Conspiracy.
No one's listening, mate.
A fucking.
People that actually think reality Vic, is exactly the opposite to what you can be tested and verified.
Oh, dear. What a classic rant. What a classic triggered
By all,
little
i.e.
bit of
that the Earth's a
footage.
ball. That's the conspiracy. They're the nutters. They're the people that act like you have on our screen because they've got no demonstrable science. They cite photographs and observations of things in the sky as somehow proof that reality is absolutely wrong. It's insane, Vic. You're on our screen screaming and shouting, calling people morons and all sorts of names, when actually you are the representation of the moronic hypocrisy that resides in society because of an education system that empowers people with the discernment of a fucking turnip, my dear friend. And
Yeah,
as
but
a
that's the
result,
beauty
you
of
get
someone
little
like
sense of
this.
pantomime like
Create belief. You get them to get triggered so they get into this rage, right? And don't say anything. Just let them rage. And if he's in front of other people, he's going to look like a right idiot. Right? It's easy to trigger people like this.
performances played out on our screen, just like this one.
Morons. Mutants. Mutants everywhere. They are multiplying. Just keep them the fuck away from me. Keep them the fuck away from me. People who think the earth is flat. That's what ticks me off.
No one cares.
A wonderful performance.
Who cares about what you think? Nobody. It's a few viewers on YouTube. What a moron. What's all the staring at the camera, trying to intimidate? What a dickhead. In real life, I bet this guy's a right arsehole.
There, highlighting the absurdities.
People like this, you just got to man them up. You just got to bitch slap them, right? You just got to make them sit in the corner. That's all you got to do with people like this.
The psychosis, the pantomime, the idiocies that reside in the hearts and minds of people that believe blindly, one, in an education system, and two, in an authority that doesn't give a flying fuck. Clearly, otherwise we wouldn't have to deal with this sort of emotion, misunderstanding.
Unbelievable. Wow, I can't believe how angry he is.
Performances that we do daily, coming from globe believers who believe blindly.
The thing is, he's only 7 years too late. If he came in like this in 2015, this guy would have got mullered. Honestly, if he come into any chats doing all this and talking, he would have got ripped to shreds. In 2022, oh yeah, so I'll make a few videos, but yeah, back in the day, he wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes in a chat. This dude.
That reality is exactly the opposite to what can be tested and verified by all. They justify that by clinging on to misrepresentations about what the flat Earth is. Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah. You know he argues with himself in the mirror. You know he does.
Vic is the star today. I love Vic. Wonderful.
There's actually just a mirror there. He's doing it actually live, talking to himself in the mirror. That's hilarious, man. Like you do, right? Like you do. That's you guys. Next one.
Right, I've just had a video removed from my channel and I've been given a strike, and it was actually a clip from the World Health Organization, their own words, and they've taken it down. So I'm going to submit that now as feedback, because there's nothing else I can do. Just hold on one moment. So this was a video, and I think it may have been Fauci talking. So they're actually removing evidence of their own hypocrisy. I'm going to have to check my computer because it might be still on there. But yeah, that was the video. Who? World Health Organization. What did he just say? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was. So they're now removing their own literature, their own words, their own information. They're removing their information as misinformation. So they've just admitted that the WHO is misinformation.
Oh, that's crazy.
Thank you, YouTube.
That's crazy.
Thank you for confirming that.
Confirmation by YouTube. There you go. Confirmed.
Hello, you're listening to Hugo Talks. Okay, I just wanted to talk about a key moment in the ceremony yesterday. I've been talking about Luciferianism, witchcraft, Freemasonry.
All right, we take a look at the symbolism.
In pretty much all of these organisations, they are attempting to control and manipulate the public. Yesterday's events was chock-a-block full of symbolism. Here we see the coffin on a black and white checkerboard floor and an inverted cross. An inverted cross on a Masonic floor. Of course, it depends on what perspective you're looking at it from. Yeah, this is the perspective that was deliberately shown on TV on many occasions yesterday for the masses to look at. Anyway, this is not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about this scene. Okay, so what you're seeing there is the Lord Chamberlain, okay, breaking his wand. A wand given to him from the Queen, breaking the wand, and that wand then going down with the coffin, okay? Now notice it's not called a stick, it's not called a staff even, it's called a wand. What is the definition of a wand? The primary definition it says here is a slender stick or rod, especially one used by a magician, a conjurer, or a diviner. Yeah, that's a usual association. It's associated with magic, like in magic shows with magicians, but it's also associated with witchcraft, okay? It's associated with ceremonial magic. Remember in earlier videos I talked about the Order of the Golden Dawn and how they use a lotus wand, as you can see here, and there are details of how to use it for invocation, how it can be used for white magic and black magic. Now, I know people will say, come on man, it's only tradition. It's nothing. It's just a silly thing they do. Really? Well, the Queen was initiated into a Druid ceremony way back. In fact, I believe 7 Grains of Salt, the YouTube channel, did a video on this yesterday, which is worth checking out. Here is a clip, you've probably seen it before, that has been around on the internet for a long time. So, Druids, we talked about them here before recently, and the connection they had to the demonic sigil that was at the Lost Gardens of Helligan. All of these things are connected. Interestingly, you can see that this breaking of the wand is mentioned here in regards to magicians, like Harry Houdini. Here we see the broken wand ceremony. There isn't much about this online, but it says here, a broken wand ceremony is a ritual performed at or shortly before the funeral of a magician, in which a wand, either the wand which the magician used in performances or a ceremonial one, is broken, indicating that with the magician's death, the wand has lost its magic. This was notably done by Harry Houdini at his funeral in 1926. Of course, Harry Houdini was also a Freemason. He was initiated into the St. Cecil Lodge in New York in 1923. I mean, you even have a Masonic lodge for magicians called the Invisible Lodge. Here are some of those magicians from that lodge talking about breaking the wand.
This site in 1926, the ritual of the broken wand for Harry Houdini. He was born Erich Weiss on March 24th, 1874 in Budapest, Hungary. He died on October 30th.
What was his name? Weiss, like David Weiss.
1874 in Budapest, Hungary. He was born Erich Weiss on
Erich
March
Weiss.
24th, 1874 in Budapest, Hungary. He died on October 31st, Halloween Day, 1926, in Detroit, Michigan. 89 years later, we fondly remember the man whose name means magic. The greatest tribute to anyone is to say you live on in the minds and hearts of relatives, friends, and admirers. And so we keep the flame burning and the memory alive for Houdini. He touched us with his unique style so that we as magicians may touch others with the wonders and mysteries of magic as a performing art. When Houdini was initiated into the Society of American Magicians, he was presented with a special wand, the ancient emblem of mystery and power. This tradition continues today as a welcome to all new members of the SAM. The wand is a symbol of the conjurer's knowledge of the secrets of magic and the ability to perform those miracles. But when a magician dies, the wand has no further meaning and no authority. It becomes just a piece of wood. The spell was broken.
Did you notice the symbol on the back of the book he was reading? Similar to the Lost Gardens of Heligan demon sigil for Azazel. Also similar to the Freemason symbol as well. Check my other videos about that. But yeah, they said the spell is broken. I'd imagine now that another ceremony will be done to imbue a new wand with their new master. Here we see this new initiated guide to Freemasonry. As you can see, wands are used all the time. Here we see the wands of office. It says here the director of ceremonies and his assistant and senior and junior deacons each have a wand of office. The DC and his assistant will always carry their wands when moving about the lodge. The deacons, depending on the ritual, may carry theirs. This is Freemasonic, okay? It's Luciferian. It's the worshipping of Lucifer. It's witchcraft. It is all of these things. So what you were watching yesterday, if you bothered to watch it, was a massive Freemasonic ceremony. And for the first time, they showed the breaking of the wand over the coffin of a monarch. This is all linked to Wicca, ceremonial magic. All of these secret societies are secret for a reason. They are practicing stuff they don't want the public to know about. The mainstream fake stream media have put up numerous articles trying to explain what this ritual of breaking the wand was about. Here we see, what is the wand of office and why will it be broken for the Queen? But none of these articles explain why it's called a wand. They just say it's tradition. They don't even explain why it was broken, really. Something about how the Lord Chamberlain used to use the wand to chastise people, hit them or something. Very odd. No real reason explained. So numerous fake stream media articles that don't really explain anything. But I believe they just felt they needed to put something out because obviously people are going to ask questions. Well, it's ceremonial magic, Wicca, Druid, Freemasonic rituals, witchcraft. Now the Lord Chamberlain, who broke the wand, that's not his name, that's his title. The Lord Chamberlain, he runs the royal household, it says here, the most senior member of the royal household, and is responsible for overseeing all departments, staff, and interacting with the government, House of Commons, etc. Now this guy, who is the Lord Chamberlain, his real name is Andrew Parker. Now he used to be the Director General of MI5, which is the security service, and is also part of MI6, the secret intelligence service, the secret service. And this guy is the guy that broke the wand. Kind of reminds me of Her Majesty's Secret Service, and John Dee, who was the court astronomer for and also political advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. They say he was the original 007 because he signed his name 007 to designate letters for the Queen's eyes only, and that he was the head of the Royal Secret Service back in 1558 when he became her first court magician. He was the first to use the term British Empire and spent most of his time trying to contact spirits, angels and demons through crystal balls by using scrying. He even wrote a guide book to summoning angels and demons in 1582. There's loads of information on him if you want to check it out.
And you got this. You got the John Dee book.
Scrying is being done by everyone with
James
their
Bond.
Black Mirror devices.
And James
This was
Bond.
an early version of the Secret Service,
That name was
which we now
hilarious.
call
Dorian.
MI5 or MI6, which, of course, the guy who broke the wand in the ceremony yesterday was director of
Bond.
for 7 years. So the point is, there is nothing new under the sun. These institutions and their illusions of grandeur and power.
I'm trying to think of that. What was the other one, Brendan?
Luciferianism and witchcraft.
Dorian, what was the other
whether
one?
it's the Royal Family or the United Nations and the Lucis Trust, formerly called Lucifer Publishing because they worship
Benches?
Lucifer
Oh, no, what was it?
and openly state they do worldwide invocations, worldwide spells for the United Nations and the World Economic Forum. I mean, look at the World Health Organization logo
Carlos,
and
that's
stuff.
it.
Or is it a wand with a snake wrapped around it? It's everywhere, which I've
Lunar Chaos,
documented
yeah.
in past
I
videos.
remember all your
It could
names. I
be,
remember them all.
Sigils placed in historic gardens or big tech companies. It's everywhere. Yet people refuse to see it. It's right in front of your face. Yet people say, it's just a silly tradition. It's just nothing. Don't be silly, they'll say. The only reason I can think they are blind to this is because they themselves are under a spell. They are spellbound. As always, thanks for listening. Come and subscribe to hugotalks.com, my website where you can be notified from source of all videos I upload. And
Wonderful performance there, highlighting the absurdities, the psychosis, the pantomime, the idiocies that
Heliopsychosis.
reside in the hearts and minds of people that believe blindly.
Send him to the Banner
one, in an
Institute for the
education
utterly insane.
and two, in an authority.
We'll sort him out over
An
there.
authority that doesn't give a flying
The
fuck.
latest medical
Clearly,
techniques,
otherwise
sorting out
we
these
wouldn't have to deal with
delusions. And
this sort of emotion, misunderstanding, pantomime type performances that we do daily, coming from Globe Believers. who
Oh, hold on.
believe Blindly.
Hey guys, I bought this glass dome a couple of days ago, so I've been doing some pretty cool experiments with it.
Oh,
Never
I
really
played
had
this
one
a
of
couple
these.
of weeks
Walked
ago,
into a
3 weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
discount shop, and this was sitting there, $2.99.
Put this in. Did
for
Chill
this
put this in
glass
there?
dome.
The Billy Jean.
It's awesome. Had some backing on the bottom of it. I've taken that off.
Quite interesting though.
So
We
pop
watch
it
it.
right there. One of the first things I noticed is I was seeing this little red thing here. What the heck is that? Check that out. Little man. Where is that? Let's have a look where it is.
Bogong Leghorn. That one I don't remember. Or is that you talking about the guy? You're talking about the guy, Dom?
Distortion that a dome will create.
Take a look at this,
Some
Dave.
items here. See that street sign there? 110. You'll see it inverts it. So what do we really know? You know, if we assume it's a heliocentric model, we don't assume. We have a glass structure or a solid structure. The Greek word for this dome, for the firmament, is stereo. I always thought stereo meant something to do with our ears, but it's actually a solid. It's quite amazing. Just how the lights react as well. So I've got a laser thermometer here. And you'll see what happens here. Now, I might just switch the lights off, actually. So you'll see with this.
Yeah, this is. I think this is what I
I'm
played.
shining it right at
Yeah,
the top. You know,
the
could that be
thing.
northern
Yeah.
light effect?
I played this ages
So it
ago.
is. Could be. Watch
It's
what
quite
happens when we
interesting.
go around the dome. So
we watch this.
Star on that side could appear on the opposite side of someone. People say, well, why couldn't they see the stars at the same time? Well, if we don't take into consideration a dome, well, it's impossible. But if we do, well, it is quite possible. So there's some pretty cool stuff you can do with this. I'll just go back here, get that light back on. So I'll show you with the light on, see if I can get this effect happening. Very hard with this camera, but you'll see what's happening here. So one light source can create several different light sources or effects in the dome. Yeah, quite amazing. Here's another one. So it's got a torch.
One light source.
These Cree LED torches.
Like
so let's zoom out first of all. See what we can do. So I don't know if you can see that, but instantly I've got a star almost appearing in there. I don't know if you can see that. I should be able to. But I'll see if I can position this a bit better. Now let me get my shit together. Okay, you can probably see that happening, yeah? Here's another really cool thing. So this is like zoomed out. Let's zoom in, get a good zoom on it, good focus. Watch what happens now. I don't know if I can show you what I replicated, but I can literally you can see this thing moving around the like 1 o'clock position of the dome, and to me, it looks like like a moon, right? I see that. Imagine I turn it, see that moon? I don't know how I'll try and get it right. Yeah? And when you look at the features of it, it's quite stunning. I showed my wife, and look at that. So we don't know anything, actually, until we take everything into consideration. Because that's what true science does. See that? It's like a moon. And to me, it doesn't appear that it's actually sitting in the structure. It's like out of it. It's like a holograph. So I try and touch it. I wouldn't be trying to touch it's like I'm an inch above this dome that's here. It's really freaky. See, that's it there. That's a beautiful one. It gets bigger, it gets smaller, depending on, I don't know. Shit. All I know is that we've got to reconsider everything. Everything is back for discussion, in my opinion, until we work out what's going on, and especially given, so you can almost have 2 moons in the sky that would be seeing, see that, guys? 2 separate moons. We go, why can we both see the moon? Well, that's why both seeing the moon. I bet you if you met, it'd be an inverted moon as well.
Pretty crazy.
I haven't seen that done before, so I thought I'd share that. But yeah, some pretty cool experiments. The laser's really cool. The effect you get with the laser is quite remarkable. I don't know, I don't understand everything, but look what's going on here. One light, because I've only got one laser here. There's no one else around. Right? This is what they're doing to us, guys.
Is that a thing, Dorian?
Sticking their tongue out.
Helium-4.
Right at you. Laughing.
That on the moon. Do the helium-4. Loads of it.
But this is probably what it is. Who knows? Who knows, mate? But like I said, we know the heliocentric model has flaws. That means we have to reconsider everything. Everything. Pretty cool.
Good video, that. Yeah, this is bizarre. This has got some really weird things. One. Are these pagans? Is this Stonehenge or is it Aylesbury? Is it just up the road with all these like rocks? Aylesbury or something?
Kabar ar Bedroon. I Elizabeth of Windsor.
Is that the rock that's under the throne? Is there, 'cause there's a rock, isn't there? Square rock under the throne or something? Look. Pageantry. Wickham man, druids, that's it, yeah, druids, right. So bizarre.
That reality is exactly the opposite to what can be tested and verified by all. They justify that by clinging on to misrepresentations about what the flat earth is. Oh dear.
Do you think she did any good? Not a bit of good. Not a bit. I'd put a stake through her heart and garlic round her neck to make sure she never come back.
Isn't that a pretty horrible thing to say when her funeral's going on right now?
Too bad.
coronation. That's it, Tommy. That's it, Tommy. The coronation stone, right? I see something on it that it got switched. It was years ago. I can't remember when I see it. But it got switched with a. It's a fake one that's actually there. The real one's up in Scotland or something. Is that correct? I don't know if it's Scotland. It might be. Yeah, I definitely see. I remember seeing something. But they switched them over. They switched the stones over. The one in Under the Throne's a fake one. Actually, that makes a lot of sense, Simon. They're actually talking about extracting iron from the rock, right? Metal from the stone, sword from the stone. Yeah. Every monarch of Ireland, Scotland and Britain has been crowned on that stone. Interesting. Blacksmith's the secret. Hey, hello world without curve. How you doing, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day, world. That's great. That's Men in Black, yeah. Blacksmiths, black equals hidden, Smiths, Agent Smith, Smiths, agents. Yeah, man. Will Smith. Will Smith. Now, not what you said's funny, just Will Smith in general, Brendan. The Will Smith slap, right? That's what I mean by a level plane. You got your mountains and you got your troughs where the seas and the waters will be. But when you're looking at it from this perspective, it's flat and level. When you're down there at ground level, it's level. But because you're observing more of the area, more of the surface area, it's flat, still level. So saying it's a loaded term and it's a part of the site, I'm not really buying that. It's a matter of perspective. It's a point of view, right? That's what it is. Who's this anyway? This is No Donk Records. He does a lot of flat earth, stuff. Been doing it for years as it goes. He actually does some pretty good videos. Not too sure about the music, but his visuals are stunning, right? Yeah, good stuff.
Typhoon Nanmadol made landfall near the city of Kagoshima, Kagoshima Prefecture around 1900 hours on Sunday, September 18th. This is the third typhoon to make landfall this year, following the fourth and eighth typhoons. It was the first typhoon to make landfall with very high force since Typhoon 21 in 2018, and the fourth since 1991.
I just think they're manipulating the weather so much.
From now on, the typhoon is expected to change course to the east and cross the Japanese archipelago from tomorrow, the 19th, Monday, to the 20th, Tuesday. Storm continues in Kyushu today.
Look at this.
Typhoon track forecast. As of 6:50 p.m. Special warnings for storms, waves and storm surge have been issued for Kagoshima Prefecture, and special warnings for heavy rain have been issued for Miyazaki Prefecture. In Kyushu, wind and rain have increased in various places since this morning, and the maximum instantaneous wind speed until 1850 is 50.
Wave was ginormous.
9 meters per second in Yakushima, Kagoshima Prefecture, 48. 1 meter per second in Seiki and Kami cities, Oita Prefecture, and 43. 5 in Kagoshima I observed M/S. On the Pacific side of the islands of Kyushu and Shikoku, very heavy rains periodically occur, and the amount of precipitation in the 24 hours before 1850 reached 521.
Wow.
5 millimeters in Misato-cho, Miyakanojo, reaching 496.
It's going to get a lot worse if they keep messing with the
5
weather.
millimeters. From now on, wind strengthening is expected mainly in the northern part of Kyushu, where the center of the typhoon is approaching, and tomorrow, the 19th, Monday, strong wind and rain are expected to continue. There is a risk of new disasters or increased damage, so please continue to spend time in a safe place.
Japanese though, they always get bad weather. Let it be known. They die. Yeah, so Sandra's back doing videos, which is cool. Well, I think she is. She's done a couple. Weather is weather. Weather is. Simon's one-liners, they're classic, aren't they? Can't beat them. Can't beat them.
Today we'll have a quick look at the space pantomime techniques used to fool the naive. Bear with me. First up, we've got rare space shuttle footage showing a satellite release. Problem is, when we look at this rare footage, we can see the satellite is nothing more than a model being lifted up by a cable, which is glistening here, which is of course what gives it away. A model lifted by a cable from the back of a space shuttle prop, as we're about to see.
Deployed out of the payload bay. With all its shimmering surfaces, Jim Weatherby commented it looked like R2-D2 coming
Just the
out
one
of
with the guy's head.
You can see.
You see how bad that was?
Because there's a footage, it's almost the same as this. It's coming up. There's a massive head of a guy, so it's obviously a model. Right? He's just.
I'll bring it
Couldn't
back.
make it up. They released it. I don't know how he got out the footage.
This rare space shuttle footage.
But this is ridiculous.
There,
Still a
cable
model. You can see it clearly.
is
See
lifting this toy model, this model satellite, at the back of NASA's space shuttle, which of course is nothing more than a prop. See it glistening away. Cable lifting a satellite. Once more.
Deployed out of the payload bay. With all its shimmering surfaces, Jim Weatherby commented it looked like R2-D2 coming out of the payload bay. You can see.
No, it didn't. Just looked like a model being lifted up by a cable at the back of a space shuttle prop, my dear. And that's exactly what it was. And of course, the space shuttle supposedly built the International Space Station. So already, without even looking at the International Space Station, we've just debunked it using this rare space shuttle footage, where they're obviously faking satellite releases by lifting models up on cables at the back of props. So the space station's already been exposed by another technique.
notice everything they
which
put
NASA
into
used,
space
which
has
was
to be
take models at the back of space
Ah.
props. Now we're
Yeah,
gonna
they need
see
to
a
reflect
slightly
the
different
sunlight. They
technique
don't want to absorb
Models
the sun's heat
to the
and
model.
use it as
In this
energy.
now infamous clip that I highlighted years ago.
They don't want
showing
to
the
do
shuttle
that for some reason.
docked to the very thing it supposedly
Need
built.
to
the
reflect
space
it, Simon.
station. Of course, we've already exposed all this tosh anyway, but they make it even worse by providing this footage, which was filmed by an Italian, supposedly, departing the space station in a Russian Soyuz rocket. So we've got America and NASA, and of course Russia and an Italian, all mixed up in this silly model fest pantomime. But look, zooming in on the obvious model, docked, glued, or screwed to another model.
This is so bad. Look how bad that is. That's terrible. Look at it. It's obviously a model. That is terrible. It's a miniature. You can see it. Look at this. It looks like an Airfix model. Look at the little door there. Look. It's terrible. Really, really bad. People say this is true. It is real.
Remember, this is supposed to be a space station doing ludicrous speeds around a scientifically impossible ball. We've just zoomed in. It's a model screwed or glued to a space station. Model.
It's clearly a model. No getting around it.
Clearly ridiculous.
So it's a model with a one of those like front screen projections. So it's a projection of this Earth image here with the model in front. Camera here. Not even done well. It's not bad.
Rather obvious. So we've had a model coming out the back of a space prop. Then we've had a model stuck or screwed to another space model. What's next? We got Sandy, top right, gone way overboard with a hairspray. We got Matey Boy, bottom left, who gets caught out spinning on his harness by his pal Doug, who gets very touchy, feely, and has to pull an invisible cable to take the sting out of his pal's somersault. If his pal was really in a weightless environment and what they were saying was true, to take the sting out of his pal's somersault, he would have grabbed his physical body, if that was the case. He doesn't. He grabs an obvious invisible cable which has been sort of phased out with special effects, thus exposing this for the silly charade that it is. Like I say, a hairspray fetish blended with a harness failure. Obvious space pantomime. So let's have a look.
I'm telling you, I've done a lot of these interviews, well, a few of them from space. The technology now is amazing. The picture, guys, you look like you're in a studio, maybe in Omaha, Nebraska or something.
Instant reactions, no delay whatsoever, and of course, get ready for the looks of guilt, which are already rising on their faces.
The shot is so clear. Is this a hoax? Are you really
Look at the looks of guilt. Sandy gone red instantly.
in space still?
No.
I don't know. We're going to have to do something for you.
Oops.
And Matey Boy's grabbing his harness there, taking the sting out of him. So we had no delay. Obvious looks of guilt. Sandy's face went red. She's gone overboard on the hairspray. Matey Boy's tugging an invisible thing here, which of course is his harness, taking the sting out. If this setup was real, he would have used his body to take the sting out of his somersault, and rather than some cable, which has been phased out by special effects. Again, this is now an infamous clip.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Watch this. Can everybody float around for us? That was really cool, Chris. Look at her. Look at her.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
You couldn't have said it better yourself. I couldn't have said it better myself, my old mate. Sandy's hair is a dead giveaway. Your harness failure was a dead giveaway. Doug's wandering hand was a dead giveaway to take the sting out of your somersault. The models docked or glued to other models was a dead giveaway. And of course, space props having models lifted out the back of them was another dead giveaway. Not forgetting the fact the globe's scientifically impossible in the first place. But of course, tosh like this, like I've highlighted, actually fools naive individuals. They even cite it, some of them, as actual proof. Oh, dear.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone, an actor out on loan. Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday. Let your children play. If you give this man a ride, sweet family will die. Killer on the road. Yeah. Girl, you gotta love your man. Girl, you gotta love your man. Take him by the hand. Make him understand. The world on you depends. Our life will never end. Gotta love your man. Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming in today. Much appreciated. Probably going to be here for a while as it goes, because I've now got 2 strikes on the other channel. So, and one of the most recent one is going to be November. It might be like 6 weeks. Can't risk it. Say medical misinformation. Well, I remember talking about it, but I wasn't giving out no medical misinformation. It was just general chatting, and I said to him, "Can you be specific about what you're talking about what the strike's about?" And they just didn't even give me any specifics. Just said, "No, it stands. The strike stands." So I've got 2 strikes on the other channel, so I can't go on there till November really and do a hangout. I'm gonna have to be doing it here from now on, which is unfortunate, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. It's lucky I've got this backup channel, really.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm.
I know. I can't believe that, Brendan. It's just ridiculous. Their own information is misinformation. What they put, it's unbelievable.
Riders on the storm.
It's a nice tune. It's a nice track. I think I heard it a couple of times when I was really young. And I just pressed play. I just played it the other night, and I was just like, yeah, that's a nice track. I want to put it in there. Hopefully, I won't get which I haven't done. So. Do a cover of it, Brendan. I'd love to hear that, man. A cover of this track. Your style. Yeah, it's gonna be like a little nostalgia. I've played these tracks earlier, but they're nice. I like them. They're all kind of nostalgic. Well, I'm not too sure about that one, but these two are like 80s. I remember hearing this when I was young. I mean, some of the tracks I played, I don't remember them, so I don't. The ones I remember, yeah, I'm gonna start putting them on there. Another blast from the past. Let's go.
I heard you on the intently tuning in on you. If I was young, it didn't stop you coming through. They took the credit for your second symphony.
Going out to all the old gits in the chat. That's including me. Right. I'm not exempt from that group. Hey, Suits, welcome. Digital killed the video star. Digital killed the video. No, it's nostalgic. It's the nostalgic last 10 minutes. We're tapping into the 80s here. I like this little bit, this little jingle here. The Buggles. The Muggle. Digital killed my bank account. Oh, too funny, man. Where is it? I nearly put "Come on, Eileen" in the list. I nearly did it, Upper. I nearly did it, but I decided not to. I thought it was quite catchy. I thought it was quite an upbeat, catchy little track. So you guys don't like nostalgia time, no? You don't like going back to the 80s? You're gonna have to watch it. I'll put myself through it, so you guys gotta. Right, let me. That brown girl in the ring. Yeah, cheers everyone for coming in today. As I said, much appreciated. Thanks. Oh, I've got so much work to do. Part that unit. Right, right. All right, guys. Have a great day. I will see you Thursday. Until then, take care.